you're a business analyst today, there's one skill that gives you a massive edge: understanding data clearly, quickly, and confidently. And that's exactly why SQL remains one of the most important tools in analytics. But here's the exciting part. We are now entering a world where SQL is powered by generative AI. Tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, and Copilot don't just help you write faster, they help you think better. They help you ask smarter questions, explore data more creatively, and generate insight that used to take hours in seconds. And that's what this entire training is all about. Across the upcoming sessions, we are going to learn SQL the right way, through real-world practice, debugging, hands-on exercises, and guided lab work. You will set up your SQL environment step by step, work with databases, tables, and constants, and also learn how real companies use SQL to solve business problems. We'll also explore how GenAI transformed the way analysts query, validate, and clean interpret data. Not to replace your thinking, but to supercharge it. In this complete program, you will learn how data is stored, structured, and accessed inside real business systems, how relational databases work, and why SQL is the language behind 90% of analytics. How to set up SQL labs, troubleshoot errors, and build confidence while writing queries manually. We'll also see how to create databases, design tables, apply constraints, and manage relationships. Next, we'll see how to insert, update, delete, and retrieve data with lots of real hands-on practice. How to understand entity attributes, keys, and how businesses' data connects in real life. We'll also see how you can debug common SQL issues like unknown database errors, safe update mode, and schema errors. And how GenAI tools can help you generate queries, validate results, and accelerate analysis. And how you can think like an analyst, asking the right questions, checking assumptions, and verifying data accurately. And by the end of this full program, you won't just be comfortable writing SQL queries, you will know how to use AI to enhance your productivity, reduce mistakes, and uncover insights faster than ever. Now, before we move on, here's a quick information. If you're interested in becoming a modern, job-ready business analyst, don't forget to check out our AI-powered business analyst program, a complete IIBA-endorsed learning journey designed for today's data-driven careers. This program helps you build strong foundations in business analysis while mastering AI-powered tools like Excel, SQL, Power BI, Tableau, ChatGPT, and Microsoft Copilot to work smarter and faster. You will learn everything from requirement gathering and stakeholder management to data visualization, process modeling, agile frameworks, automation, and RPA, all through live interactive classes, hands-on labs, and 10+ industry case studies. You'll also earn 35 PDUs, CDUs aligned with Babcock V3 standards, get official badges from Microsoft Azure, and also build a real portfolio that stands out to employers. So guys, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll, and you can find the course link below. Now before starting, here's a quick quiz question. If you ask ChatGPT to write a SQL query, should you run it blindly? Your options are yes, AI is always correct. No, you must understand the logic and verify the output. Or option C, only if the query looks long and complex. Let me know your answers in the comment section below. So guys, without any further ado, let's get started.
So in this session, we are going to learn some basic fundamentals. So like what is data, what is database, and also what is a relational database, what are the components. So might be you have to understand, so while working with the relational databases. Okay, so you are just going to learn. This is the first day, right? I am not going to take you directly into the practicals. So from might be tomorrow onwards, I am just taking you into the practicals. First, try to understand some basic concepts of what is that one. So what is database management system? And what are the different types of databases that are available in the market? Might be some people are making it as relational database. Some people are talking it as no SQL database like MongoDB. Some people are speaking about graph databases. Some people are speaking about something like distributed databases. So we have so many terminologies. Okay, we are going through all those things, and also as well as we are going to understand what exactly database, where we are using the database, and all those stuff. So the today agenda is we are going to understand why we are using database and what is the purpose. What is the purpose of using database? How it would be useful in our real life, for suppose. So might be some people are working as application developers. Some people are working as database analyst. That means data analyst. And might be some others are working as some other data lake architects. Different scenarios, right? Different jobs, different personas. But especially this course is specially designed for data analyst. Okay, that's what I want to tell you. Okay, so let's jump into the session. So first what I will do is I will just give you some scenario, but observe this case study. So I am just reading the case study. A global company has thousands of employees and numerous projects and multiple departments. Of course, if employees are working in a company, take any MNC, for suppose multinational company, which is located globally in multiple countries. So they are working on so different types of projects, and also they are having multiple departments, and those departments spanning over various countries. So it stores data such as employee records, payrolls, budgets, and project updates in multiple systems and locations. Of course, I am working from India, you are working from USA, or somebody working from Dubai, or somebody is working from Malaysia. Okay, so their data will be stored in somewhere, right? Okay, so if you are working from different locations, the data will be stored in different locations. But the company needs a way to access this data very quickly and maintain accuracy and store it securely. These two things are very important, right? What are the two things? Accuracy. Yes, if I am requesting the data, immediately I can able to get it. And if I want to store the data, yes, security is very important. If you are observing, so nowadays in banking domain, always they will think about security, right? So my account details or my account data, for suppose my transactions data. So banks has to maintain very securely. So for that one, so they need some more security on the data. So storing is simple, but maintaining the security is very difficult. So if you are taking a global bank, for example, so global bank or any company, there are thousands of employees are working in that company on different projects. Might be one project will be credit cards, and another project will be account, savings account or current account. So this type of products might be they are working on. So where they are storing the data, but how they are storing the data, how they are securing the data, right? And how to maintain the employee records, and how to maintain the payrolls, and how to maintain the budgets. So in multiple systems in different locations. But the company needs a way to access this data very quickly. And also it has to maintain its accuracy and store it securely. If you are speaking about the coding, even if you are asking ChatGPT nowadays, it is giving coding, right? If you are asking ChatGPT to write SQL queries, so any generative AI model, if you are asking question to write SQL query, it is automatically generating code for us. Now the thinking is very important. So the coding is not a matter. So nowadays, but previously before ChatGPT and all, we have to think and we have to write the code. But nowadays the game is changed actually. What the change? We are all working in different companies. Might be you already having some experience. What is the game is changed is nowadays if you are a developer, okay, so you don't want so complete knowledge on so writing so deep code and all. right? You are having experience with how to write coding. That's all. That is sufficient. We can make use of GitHub Copilot and some other tools. We can make use of GitHub Copilot and some other tools to generate the code. Okay, so that's all. And also some other tools in the sense, here in this session we are using some free tools like ChatGPT, because GitHub Copilot, these are all licensed ones. Okay, so if I'm having license, I will try to show you how to use the GitHub Copilot also. But anyway, even if you are working in your own domain, per suppose might be that is financial domain or banking domain, you are not exposed to the coding, no worries at all. The major reason is code will be generated by the AI nowadays through artificial intelligence, especially by using generative AI. We can generate the code, but what we have to focus, getting the business knowledge. So that is the major focus, right? Nowadays, getting the banking domain knowledge or getting the financial industry knowledge, where you are working, in which domain we are working. So getting that knowledge is what we can say. It is giving more importance to you. So after getting the knowledge, you can understand. So what's happening? Okay, in your organization, what type of business the organization is doing. So that type of understanding you already have. Then writing the code, it would be automatically generated by the AI. So that's why. So our course title is also something you can observe. It's a generative AI. So SQL, learning SQL by using generative AI. Okay, simply I can say. So you can able to write the SQL queries with the help of generative AI. But might be you are asking some questions. Without having knowledge on SQL, so how can I write a prompt and how can I ask SQL queries? Correct? I don't know SQL. I am new to the SQL, per suppose. I don't have any idea on SQL. How can I write a prompt to generate the SQL queries? Yes, that's what we are going to learn in this course. So throughout this journey, I am going to make use of ChatGPT or some other tool, for suppose Google Bard. Okay, so we are using so many generative AI. So some free tools are available, right? We can make use of the tools. With the help of the tools, we can able to generate the SQL queries, and that SQL queries will use it in our application. Application in the sense, here we are interacting with the databases for generating reports and all other stuff, right? So for the sake of that one, we are going to ask generative AI models to write the queries, and we'll use that queries in our application like that. Okay, all right. So for this particular problem, if a global company wants to maintain so thousands of employees and thousands of projects and multiple departments, all these details, they need to maintain one centralized database. The right answer I am speaking, just compare your answers with my answer. Okay, so or otherwise here the solution itself, so the provided, right? So let me show you the solution for this one, then it would be very easy for you. Yeah, all of you can able to see this solution, because it's a like you already provided the solutions. Just compare your solution with the solution. What is that one? So how global company manage and organize access large amounts of different data efficiently while keeping it securely always available. What is the main challenge here? How we can maintain so large amount of data? That is one question. And another question is, how can you maintain the data very securely? And also, how fast you are accessing the data? So the third question is how efficient you are accessing the data. For example, if I am requesting for some data, how fast it is providing the data. So all these things we need to take care. Might be some of the employees might be you noticed they are giving answers like, yes, we can leverage one cloud database. Yes, exactly, your answer is correct. You can leverage one cloud database, might be MySQL database or Oracle database or some other database. So that is, we can call it a centralized database, right? We are not supposed to bother about how the data will be stored, how the data will be efficiently accessed and all. All those things will be taken care by the cloud people. If you are leveraging from AWS, AWS will take care. AWS stands for Amazon Web Services. That is a cloud company. They are providing so this SQL databases as a service. Some people are might be speaking about, yes, we can maintain distributed database. So we can maintain one database in Malaysia, one database in India, another database in Dubai. So all these databases are specific to the particular business, but the data will be distributed across different countries. Correct? Might be Malaysia data will be stored in Malaysia because to maintain the fast access and all. Because if I am working in India, if I want to access the data, my server is located in my database server is located in India. Yes, of course, I can able to access it very quickly. Correct? And also how can you make it all these things collaboratively to work together? For that one, we have some solution like distributed databases. But nowadays, most of the database servers are centralized. Centralized in the sense they're maintaining one database server in cloud. Almost all the countries transactions are connected to the database. That means even if you are making a transactions from Malaysia or Bangalore or Dubai or some other USA or different countries. So all the data will be stored in what is that one? In a centralized database. So might be if I'm asking what kind of problems could happen if the data is stored in different systems do not connect. Data is stored in different systems, but that systems could not be connected. In such cases, what we have to do? Because we don't know, right? So the same record might be the same person will be registered in USA and also same person will be registered in India. In such cases, what happens? There is a duplication of the data. And also we cannot retrieve the data from what is that one, so some central place. And another important thing might be you can think of if you are doing ETL, for suppose extraction, transformation, and loading, what we have to do. So your data is not located in some centralized place, right? In such cases, you have to extract the data from different data sources. One data source might be from India, and another data source is from USA. So different data sources. Okay, so all these headaches. Okay, so the next question is, why is it important for the data to be available quickly and accurately? Why quick data access is required? If the data is not accessible very quickly, what happens? So let's think about the scenario. You are using an application in called as Amazon. I am not talking about so Amazon because Amazon is serving very quickly. Think about some mobile application, so e-commerce application. If delay happens, what happens? So the customers, they are losing the customers, right? So truly they are losing the customers. For example, you are attending my session, my internet connection is bad, then what happens? Same thing happens with respect to the delay also, right? If you are attending my session, my internet connection is slow, or whatever my audio is not getting rendering properly. In such cases, we are feeling that one has a bad experience, correct? In the similar way, so you are purchasing a product. in some e-commerce company. So always we are using some mobile application or something. We are trying to access the data. Always the customer experience is very, very important. If you are the business organization is not providing so the customer experience properly, automatically the customer will go to the another company. If I am purchasing some product in some ABC company, if they are not providing the product very quickly, so definitely I can say, feel some bad experience about that company, right? Definitely I will go for another company like that. Okay, so that's what I want to tell you in a real view. So data is always make sure that we need to make sure that even if you are writing some SQL query to fetch the data, always we need to make sure that that query fetches the data very quickly. Okay, if you are not accessing very quickly, it's not possible. And also, what role do you think database are tools? So, like SQL might be playing in to solve this. So that means to solve all these problems, that means how to store the data and how to retrieve the data. There are several things, right? How to store the data, that is one thing. How to maintain the large amount of data. Yes, how to maintain, how to access the large amount of data very quickly, and how to secure the data. So that is another question. Another challenging part is what is that one? How to secure the data. And also, if you are talking about so one global company, how that global company is organizing this data in a proper way. Okay, so that is also another challenging part. All these things should be taken care by the database service providers. Nowadays, these databases are provided by several companies, right? What are the different types of companies that are providing these databases? I am just writing it here. So yeah, don't think about AWS and all. AWS is cloud provider, cloud service provider. Great. So first one is there are different types of databases that are available. First one I am talking about what is that one? So relational databases. Correct. So what are the relational databases that are available in the market? So the popular one is what is that one? So the Oracle. So if you are working in an enterprise, so Oracle is very popular one, and also MS SQL Server. So Oracle is from Oracle Corporation, right? Oracle Corporation is very big company. They are providing so this database as a solution, per suppose what we can say to solve all these problems. So Oracle is providing one solution. In the similar way, another popular company is what is that one? So Microsoft, right? Microsoft also providing their own solution called as Microsoft SQL Server. And also we have some open source databases. So like MySQL, this one is become popular because this is open source. Open source means we can customize it according to our requirement. And especially we are undergoing training, right? We are not getting enterprise licenses. So that means if you are working in a company under a particular account, so the company will pay for you, right, to access the database and all. But if you are in the training, per suppose if you are working for the training and also especially for your simple projects, open source databases are sufficient. So this MySQL we can call it as this is a open source database, right? Open source means what? You can use it without any enterprise license. No licensing is required. License means one database license it will cost around for a particular account it will cost around in lakhs. Okay, so if you are working for your personal projects, it's not an enterprise application, your own e-commerce application or something. You can go with what is that one? So open source databases. Okay, and tell me some other databases might be hard about. very lightweight database. What we can, it is SQLite. SQLite is also an open source database, and also this is very lightweight database. Lightweight in the sense the size of that one is very less. Very good. So another great choice is, what is that one? So Postgres. So Postgres is also providing their own database, and especially in the relational database flavor it is providing, so this database. Okay, I am just closing with the relational databases. So one important note is, all these relational databases are using SQL language, right? So almost all the relational databases are using SQL. SQL used in, what is that one? So relational, so databases. So there are some other types of databases also we have. We cannot consider AWS as a database. AWS is providing so database services, all these database services, Oracle service, MySQL server service, and all those stuff. But you have to understand, so some of the key important things. For suppose, what are the different types of databases that are available? You need to understand, right? So because if you are working on, so in real time, so different types of applications. So as a developer, we have to understand about some of the, so different types of databases to be used in the market. So you can just look into this one. So this is the learning objective for this session. By the end of the session, so we can able to understand, identify different types of databases and match business needs and guide data and structure data decisions, and distinguish the main features of DBMS and RDBMS. You need to understand, so what is the difference between DBMS and RDBMS to recommend suitable tools for business applications, and also entity relationship diagrams. So, and you are explaining requirements to the stakeholders. Stakeholders means, that means the people who are involving in the business. There we can call it as stakeholders. So by using ER diagrams, we are explaining so how you are storing the data and everything to the stakeholders. And we are understanding the relationships between the different data entities, for suppose. So interpret the relationship types to design logical data models that support accurate business insights. So if you are speaking about so databases, so database is holding large amount of data. It's capable of holding, what is that one? So large amount of data. So these are all some of the features I am writing. And so another feature is, nowadays databases we are using to store our application data, right? So that means you can able to access the data, and we can able to perform operations on data, so very quickly. How it will perform? Because application programs, that means apps, are integrated with the database very easily. Integrated with the so database very easily. So that means we are not supposed to write any complex code to integrate, to provide the integration between, what is that one? So our application and database. For example, let's say, just a second. Yeah, this is my Swiggy application, for suppose, or Zomato application. You have a search box for searching restaurant, for suppose. So tell me one famous restaurant. So in Bangalore or some, might be I'm searching in my own, for suppose. Okay, so if you are searching for this name, so automatically the data about the restaurants will be stored in this database, right? So database means it is maintaining some database software. So this is a separate machine. So this is a database server for what is that one? So Swiggy company. So Swiggy company is maintaining some separate database server for their application. So this company is maintaining separate application. But suppose this is a mobile application or web application. Whenever we are searching for Jaitun restaurant, so automatically the request is going to that server and it is giving the response. That means it is giving the response with all restaurant details, whatever the items that are available, and all those details will be getting displayed here. So in this way, so the database is running on separate server, your application is running on separate server. Always databases used for what is the purpose? Storing the data and getting data very quickly. So getting data very fast and also securing data. So these databases are taking care of about what is that one, so securing the data. And also another thing, if you are talking about, so overall it is managing, right? So managing users, access means for maintaining security. Okay, all those things will be taken care by this database itself. So what are the companies that are providing this type of services? So the major companies are, first one is Oracle, and another one is MySQL. So MySQL it's a open source database actually, open source. And also if you are speaking about MS SQL server, but of course all these are all what type of databases? What type of databases? Relational databases. But nowadays most of the situations we are using what is that one? So relational databases only. Okay, try to understand. Most of the people are using relational databases, but along with these databases can be categorized into different types. I want to show you some of the types here. Please look into these types. So then we can able to understand somewhat internals about what are the different types of databases we have. So these are also different types of databases. I will talk about each and everything very clearly. First one is go in a relaxed way. So relational databases. And next one is what is that one? So no SQL database. Of course, if we are speaking about relational databases, so that is nothing but SQL databases only, right? So we are using SQL queries to interact with the databases to perform some persistence operations like insert, update, delete, all these operations. And something looking strange, right? No SQL databases. So no SQL means what? There is no SQL. We are not using SQL. And some another definition like graph databases. I can see like if I am working with GenAI applications, I am working with GenAI application development also. There I am using Neo4j1 database, which is especially graph database. I will discuss about that one. What is graph database and how the data will be organized in the graph database and all. And also centralized database, of course, centralized database in the sense it is a networking terminology. We are not going to maintain distributed databases. That means in each country we are not going to maintain a separate database. Instead of that, we are going to maintain one database in centralized location, might be in Northern Virginia or somewhere, and all the clients are connecting to that database from Singapore and Malaysia, from India, from Dubai, from all business locations, all the people are connecting to that database, right? So there are different scenarios we have. So one is centralized database and another one is distributed database. So let's talk about all those stuff. Is it clear, team? All of you can able to follow up. So, okay, great question, Lokesha. What is open source in the sense? I developed one software, for example. So I developed my own database solution. So by providing all these features, what are the features? All these features, right? So first one is, if your company wants to develop a database solution, what are the things we need to take care? So fast access, and also app developers. We need to make sure that app developers can easily integrate to the database, right? If we are developing a database, we need to make sure that application developers, for suppose Zomato, I am developing my own application, food delivery application. I need to make sure that I need to provide some API so developers can easily develop the application, and also as well as security. Security means database level security. So database DB security and other levels of security also. Okay. If all these things, if we are satisfying, so then only your database solution will be standing in the enterprise. Correct? Otherwise, nobody will use your solution. So in the similar way, so if I am developing my own solution, initially I am releasing it as a open source because I don't have so very big revenue. Per suppose I have very little team. With that team, I developed the solution. So I have only 10 members, per suppose in the team. I developed some solution which is very good. So I'm making sure that so all these things will be getting satisfied. So the second point I am speaking about, so the application developers can easily integrate into the database. What is the meaning of that one? For example, if you are doing a Facebook registration, per suppose, how the Facebook application form looks like. Any registration, if you are talking about, so the name, they are providing one text box. So something, so they are providing email. So like that, they are providing multiple fields, and finally you are clicking submit, correct? So you are going to store this data somewhere, right? Somewhere in the sense might be in the text files. But a most advanced solution is what is that one? So you can store this data in the database. And also once it is successfully stored in the database, that means your user data. So user data is successfully stored in the database, then what happens? So once we will get the message, what is that one? So registration successful. So we'll get the message something like, so we'll get the message registration successful like this. That means how the application developers, for example, application developer means I am working on so some Java. How Java developers can integrate with this databases? So by using one language called as what is that one? SQL. So if Java developer wants to talk to the databases, they need one language called as what is that one? SQL. SQL stands for what? structured query language. So the SQL queries are embedded in JavaScript, correct? Or Java. The SQL queries are embedded in Java program to perform this operation. Okay, so what I am saying is, so if an application developer wants to connect to the database, application developer so must have a knowledge on programming language and also as well as what is that one, SQL. So this is super important, right? Without having knowledge on SQL, so how they can integrate in your application. So that's what I'm saying. So about the second point. So the databases are offering one separate language which is called as SQL. So by using SQL, so we can able to perform what is that one? So different types of operations like insertion or updation or deletion or fetching, all these types of operations like that. Is it clear? I think your question is clarified. Still you are having any questions? Okay, thank you. So the database are offering so some separate language called as SQL. So with the help of SQL, so we can able to perform so different types of operations. So let me explain so different types of databases, different types of databases architectures that are available for suppose. So up to now we learned about what type of databases. Anyone can you please could you please post it in chat? I can able to see in the chat. What type of databases we are using nowadays? Relational databases or no SQL databases? What we learned up to now? Okay, so mostly relational databases, right? So mostly what type of databases? Relational databases. But we have some other types of databases are also so that are available in the market. So we need to understand at what type of scenarios and what type of databases that are suitable for the particular solution. So let's observe this scenario for suppose here. So these are all different types of databases. So different types of so DB architectures. So first let's try to understand so what is database actually? What is data? After that we'll jump into what is that one, so the architectures. As an expert, if I'm speaking about data, data is nothing but a raw fact. It might be in any form, so might be in text or numbers, great. Might be in text, numbers, image, video, audio, or might be geolocation, or might be some other type of information which you are getting from somewhere. Okay, so data is nothing but a raw fact. Okay, so simple example I will tell you. For suppose while joining in Simplilearn, right? We are all attended this program. We are all attending this program. While joining in the Simplilearn, might be you filled out some form. In the sense you are providing your data, correct? So my name is this, and my email is this one, and my mobile number, and also along with that one, so you are filling out some information related to you. What is your experience and what is your qualification and all those stuff. That is nothing but a data. Okay. So for example, from Simplilearn might be somebody. So somebody in the sense like the people who are very good experience, who are having very good experience in understanding your existing knowledge. For suppose to propose some courses, what we can say counselor or some analyst, might be they are going through your data and they are identifying some insights. Okay, so this person is already working in this domain. banking domain, might be we are suggesting this type of course that would be helpful for their career to get into the next level. So for that one, so what they are doing is, who are the analysts working in Simplilearn, they are getting your data and they are getting some insights from your data, right? So how many years of experience you have and which domain you are working, and do you have any coding experience or not? So all these things will be taken into the consideration by exploring your data, and they are preparing some, what is that one? So some information. Information we cannot get it directly. So try to understand. Information is always getting from data. Data is nothing but it's a raw fact. Okay, if I'm just throwing one Google form, or I'm just conducting some survey, you are providing your data. So from that data, I will get some insights about you, right? So that means you are having this much of experience, for suppose, how you are suitable to this particular course, whether this course is suitable for you or not. Who are all these things will become comes under what is that one? So information. So finally conclusion is data is nothing but what is that one? So the raw fact. So I will show you the slides also, no worries. First try to understand so in simple terms. Why? Because if I am writing and explaining, if people can understand easily. Yes. So it's a consolidated data. It is helpful for what is that one? So getting the information, getting some insights about so the particular persona, per suppose. So next one is what is that one? So information. So information, if I am talking about so the processed data, so can be arranged in, so can be arranged in a so meaningful way, per suppose, can be arranged or shown in a meaningful way. Shown in a so meaningful way. That is nothing but what is that one? Information. So, so might be, don't get confused. I'm speaking about so the information. So anyone, can you please tell me? So I am having so very large complex sales data, per suppose. So my manager is asking, so can you please tell me what are the monthly sales? So each month wise, per suppose. So somebody, my manager is asking, so like that. I want to know, I just want to know what are the monthly sales. Could you please present it to me? So is it possible? So like if I want to present some monthly sales, how can you present it? If I am showing in some Excel sheet, the manager can able to understand. So what are the insights about that one? No, it's not like in a Excel sheet. So it's a contains numbers, right? It contains so many numbers. The people cannot understand. So like how the sales will be increased or decreased, something like that. So what is the alternative solution? Yes. So you might be speaking about the tools, Power BI and all. That means through some visualizations, we can explain entire data through visualizations. Might be the people can easily understand, right? Might be through some bar chart in month-wise, some bar chart you can prepare, and we can showcase it to the manager. So the manager can easily understand. So what are the sales to be done, like that? Okay. So information means we cannot say the information should be presented in an Excel sheet. So the data like that. Information is might be present in might be in a bar chart or might be in a pie chart. So through some visualizations, we can provide the information. Might be you are looking into your, for suppose your child progress card, progress report. I'm speaking about so who are all having child. If I'm looking into my son child, my son progress report, right? I can able to see how I can understand like whether this person is studying properly or not. I am not going getting into the details of how many marks he is getting in science and how many marks he is getting in math and where exactly the last month and current month what is the change. All those things, if I want to observe accurately, if I am looking into the numbers, I cannot get it. If I am looking into some image or some visualization, so I can able to get it very easily, right? Okay, so for that one, so might be you are using some of the tools like Power BI, right? So Power BI is integrated with what is that? SQL. So we can use SQL. So to fetch the data, and that should be integrated with Power BI to display some visual dashboards. Table view, okay, all these tools we are using. Great. So we understand so what is data and what is information. See why this data is important, from where we are getting the data. So some might be I'm asking question. So from where we are getting the data? I think you know regularly you are working in some companies. You are getting the data, right? So from what type of sources we are getting the data? So just you submitted your data through Google form, right? And might be you can think of like some trucking company. They are getting the data from sensors. So to the trucks, they are arranging some sensors. So whenever the location is getting changed, every 5 minutes they are tracking the trucks and they are getting the sensors. They are getting the data from the sensors. And also the weather information if you are observing. So some applications like Windy, there are so many applications we have in the market. All the applications are visualizing the weather information in a very clear way. How that weather information they are getting? Actually, the weather information they are getting from satellite or something, right? So through different sources we can able to get the data. But if you want to present it in a proper way, if you want to present the data in a proper way, that is we can call it as information. Next thing is what is database, right? So we need to understand about what exactly so database, how it works actually. So we are working with databases only. If you are observing, so nowadays we are working with what is that one? So databases. So what is database actually? How it works? So simply we can say database is a one application software, correct? So it's an application software provided by different companies. So I am not talking about so RDBMS definitions which we studied in colleges, right? It's a collection of data. Collection of data means to store the data we are using databases. But I am talking about in a practical point of view. So what is database means what? A database is a repository. What we can say, it stores the data and it is having a capability to process the data, to retrieve the data, and to provide security to the data, all these things. So finally, conclusion is it is an application software. If you want to access the Google, for suppose, if you want to access google.com, what is the software we are using? So people are using so different type of web browsers, right? What are the web browser softwares we are using to access any world wide web, for suppose? Okay, so different types of browsers we are using. Okay, it's not important. Oh, Firefox. Okay, so most of the people remember Firefox. Yes, Firefox, Safari. These are all browsers. Why this browser? Actually, this is a one application software which we are using to connect to the World Wide Web. Without that software, is it possible to get the information from the web? No, not at all. In the similar way, I need to maintain the data. In the similar way, similar case we can keep in your mind. In the similar way, I need to store my data. I need to process my data. I need to get some insights from the data. For suppose I need to get some required information from the data. And also I need to secure the data. All these things. So we need to get fast access to the data. And also I need to secure the data. I need to structure the data in a proper way. I need to structure the data in a proper way, for suppose. And also I need to export this data by using some simple query language called as what is that one? So SQL. SQL stands for what? Structured query language. So all these features are shipped with what is that one? So databases. So we need to get access to the data very quickly. It is providing a mechanism to quickly access the data. And also it is providing a mechanism to secure the data. Whatever the data you are storing, right? So you can provide role-based access. We can secure the data. And also we can able to structure the data by using different types of approaches, relational approach, different types of approaches. And also it is providing especially one language. So which we can call it as SQL. SQL stands for structured query language. With the help of this language, without writing any complex program, right? Even you are not supposed to write 100 lines of code to get some insights from the data. Within single line, with the help of single line query, we can able to perform some complex operations also. So that is the power of what is that one? So database softwares. So we can say in a practical way, a database is an application software. So like Google Chrome or like some other software which you are installing, Microsoft Office. If you want to store your data, if you want to secure your data, all these things, whatever I mentioned here, if you want to perform all these things, what we have to do? We need to install that application software in your machine. So what it is offering? So it is providing several features, right? What are the features? The fast access and also secure data, structuring data in a proper way, and also along with that one, so multi-user access. So multiple users can able to access to the database. Here all there are 50 plus employees are there in this cohort per suppose. For all these employees, we are maintaining single database. So all the employees can able to connect to the same database like that. And also you can able to structure your data in the form of what is that one? So tables. So views. There are some other database objects. So all those things are possible with the help of this database software, database management system software. But what are the different types of database management system softwares are available? But we are using different types of databases according to their context. I am speaking about, so I am writing some of the databases. First one is relational databases. And another one is NoSQL databases. What is that? So NoSQL databases. Hmm. And another type of databases is distributed databases. And also centralized databases. Centralized databases. Okay, we have so different types. First, let me explain. So these are also the main things. So first, if you are talking about so relational databases, for example, another one will be, so what is that one? So graph databases. And another type of database might be recently introduced. What is that one? So vector databases. So these are also database softwares only. But these softwares can be used for different purposes. Okay, so we need to understand what is the purpose of these databases, how these databases are suitable for our requirement, for suppose. Because if you are working as a database analyst, you must know about what is a relational database, how the data will be stored in these relational databases, and where we can use NoSQL databases instead of relational databases, right? So if there is a separate NoSQL database is available. So we need to know about when, what type of situation we can use these NoSQL databases with respect to relational databases. And also, what is the power we are getting if you are using distributed database management system? What power we are getting? Distributed in the sense, in the name itself, the database softwares, that means database servers are located in what is that one? So multiple locations, but all connected through the network. And another term we are using here, so this is distributed and this one is centralized. Centralized means we are maintaining a single database server. That single database server will be sharing the responses to all the users like that. And also another word we can see here. So graph databases, great. It should be like a graph which contains nodes and edges. We'll see that one. And also recently in the Gen AI world, if you are working with generative AI technologies, so we are going to store our data in the vector databases. So we'll discuss about that part. First, let's jump into relational databases. This is most probably we are covering in this course. So first, let me talk about what is that one. So relational databases. So relational databases, if you are talking about, the data will be stored in the form of what is that one? So the tables. So first one is what is that one? So relational databases. So if your data is structured, for suppose, if your data is structured format, then we should go for relational databases. Structured format in the sense, for example, I am doing employee registration. Of course, my employee data is structured. So from the user interface, I am getting only so structured details, right? So I am getting employee number, so name, and also address. So this is called as what is that one? So structured data. Okay, so what does it mean? Even if multiple employees are registering also, all the employees records are in the following the same structure, correct? All the employees are having employee number, name and address. So same schema, that means all the employees are having, so all the employees are maintaining same schema. One record and another record cannot be differentiated. Cannot be differentiated in the sense, one record contains employee number, name and address. Another record also contains employee number, name and address. It should be represented in which format? So tabular format. So this type of data we can call it as what is that one? So structured data. So simply try to understand structured data in the sense it should follow the same schema, same rule, same regulation. So that type of data comes under what is that one? So structured data. So let's this one is suitable for all types. Can you please tell me some of the situations? Regularly you are using applications, right? You are using Swiggy, you are using Zomato, you are using Amazon, all the applications. So for all these applications, structured databases are suitable. That means relational databases are suitable. All you are sending such structured data. For example, you are placing an order. First question. Let me ask one by one question per suppose. So let's think yourself. So you are selecting an item and you are placing an order. So for this functionality, so this is a functionality in the application. So this one requires, so that what data you are sending, that is structured data or unstructured. Anybody, for suppose even if you are sending, if you are placing an order, I am placing an order, what details we are getting? Name, order ID, right? So these are all the details, right? So name might be, order ID, location, item name. So something others per suppose might be some other information. All the people are sending same details, right? Like in the similar way, another functionality. So somebody is saying, so Praveen Raj is saying, so payment details. So if you are paying, if you are making payment per suppose, so the payment details also structured only almost. So that one contains what is that one? So the card details. So this one contains payment ID. So card ID. So that means what we can say card number and type of the card, status. That means the payment is done or not. So these details are also getting captured in what is that one? So structured way. So for all this type of functionalities, so what I'm saying is structured databases are sufficient, right? Structured databases are sufficient. That means if your data is structured, then blindly we can go for relational databases. Yes. So tracking order, all these comes under what is that one? Structured data. So let me introduce some other scenario. So what I'm saying is structured data in the sense we cannot say always what data we are getting from the application. It is always in a structured way. Okay. So let me tell you another scenario. It is not structured. Okay, it is not following all the, for suppose even if I am placing an order, you are placing an order, all following certain schema, right? All are filling the same form, all are submitting. Whatever the details we are sharing with the database, that is following certain schema. Okay, so can you please tell me some of the applications might be social media applications we are most interested regularly using? I can see like most of the people are using Instagram, correct? Yeah, first answer I can able to get it. But I think I know a few years back I am using Facebook, but my account is now I am not using at all. Okay, Instagram you people are using most of the, yes, I am talking about unstructured Pavan. Okay, no worries. So if I am talking about unstructured, so no SQL databases will come into the picture. So what is NoSQL? So NoSQL is capable of storing both structured or unstructured data. So it is capable of storing so both structured data and also as well as what is that one, so unstructured data, right? But what is unstructured data? If you are speaking about say Instagram or any social media application, if you are developing, if you are observing social media data, so is it possible to store social media data in a table? No, right? For example, I am sending a post. So take LinkedIn or otherwise what we can say Instagram. So LinkedIn. What are the other types of applications? I am not using Facebook. Okay, so these are also different types of applications, right? Reddit, whatever it may be. Can you please tell me whatever the post you are making, the post data, whatever the data you are posting, that data will be common? Common in the sense, for example, I am making a post. So what are the major data might be we are posting? So every post contains what is that one? So the post ID. So the data associated with post will be, so the post, for every post ID will be generated and also the content of the post. But this content might be text or image or audio. We cannot say, so right, it might be text or audio or image. And also might be, so at what date or time the post is posted. Yes, it will generate the date. But let's think yourself, is it possible to store this type of data in a structured table? Not at all. Because there are millions of users will be there. Millions or billions of trillions of users. All the users are posting some different posts in their social network. I am posting it some text message. So Praveen is posting some image. So some others are posting some other audio per suppose. Some others are posting video. In such cases, you're following whatever the data you are storing in the database, it is following certain schema. If I am creating a table like this, for suppose, if the table contains what is that one, so the post ID and also the content of the post and date, whether this content will support all types, whether this content will support image, audio, or video, no, not at all. That means each post, what we are posting, that should be of different type, right? So one post is of type image, one post is of type audio, one post is of type what is that one. So in such cases, we can go for what is that one. So no SQL databases. What is that one? If your data is unstructured, so if your data is unstructured, especially, so then we can go for, so no SQL databases. Example, so MongoDB or DynamoDB. So these are all different types of databases. I am not speaking about so more about internal details. Just I am providing a picture at what type of situations we can go for SQL databases. If you are having structured data, per suppose, then we can go for SQL databases. If you are having unstructured data, the data is not fit for what is that one. So the particular schema, table schema. So if I am speaking, so I think uh, Barsa is asking, so Mahapatra is asking something. So could you please give me more example? Yes, that is great. Let's observe. It's very simple. In NoSQL databases, so the data is stored in JSON format. For example, so this is an array of records. So the first record contains what is that one? So the post ID. So 01 and also the content of the post. So this content of the post will be image, some abc.jpg and also date. So some date. This is the first record. But the second record, so we cannot expect so same data, right? So post ID is so 02 and the content of the post, it's not image. In such cases, for example, this is a video file per suppose abc.mp4 and here date is not displayed. So that means what I am trying to say here is, in the case of NoSQL databases, your data is not structured. So if you are observing, this is the first record. This first record contains post ID, content and date. Whether we can expect same details in the second post as well? No. You can store whatever you want. So that means each record is not following any schema, any certain structure. That type of data we can call it as unstructured data. So let me give you another example for suppose. Simple example, you can take it, text data, for example. So you have an employee data. It's an array. So it's an employee's data. So in unstructured databases, so the data can be represented like this. It's an array which contains what is that one? So the first employee. Employee number 1, name is Subbu. Okay, so something like that. And we cannot expect so same fields in the second record. So this is employee number 2 and name is Suresh. And this one contains extra field called as location. Okay, so some CHE. And next another record if you are taking, so this one contains employee number 3 and also employee location is so USA per suppose. This one does not contain so that many fields. But all are following same structure. All the records are having same structure. Can you please tell me? That means all the fields are same? No. So that means that is called as the data is unstructured. So all the records are not following certain schema. In such cases, we can go with what is that one? So NoSQL databases. So that's why I given simple example, right? In Instagram, so all the people are posting similar type of data? No. If you are developing an Instagram application, all the people are posting similar type of data? No, not at all. Some people are posting image, some people are posting audio, some people are posting video. In such cases, whether structured databases, if you are storing the data in a structured way, is that one is suitable? It's not suitable. Then we can go for what type of databases? What type of databases? NoSQL databases. Okay. Your data is structured. Your functionality, as per your functionality, we are going to store our data in a structured way. Your data is structured, so then simply we can go with what is that one? So structured databases. Your data is not structured. In such cases, we can go with NoSQL databases. So these two are commonly used databases nowadays. What are those? One is relational databases, and another one is, what is that one? Relational databases means alias, we can call it as SQL databases. And another type of databases is no SQL databases. So, which is nothing but, so some of the companies they are offering, so MongoDB, so DynamoDB. So these are all, what is that one? So no SQL databases. But these databases can be served in different patterns, per suppose. I am not speaking about relational databases. SQL, whether SQL databases or no SQL databases. So what are the major things we need to consider? So while working with the databases, say according to the databases, I am speaking about whether it is SQL database, that means you are storing structured data or unstructured data. According to, we are having so different architectures. So we are having, so what is that one? So different types of, so different architectures. So to manage the data, what is that one? So different architectures to manage data. What are the different types of architectures we are using in the case of, what is that one? So databases. So the first one is centralized databases. So if I am speaking about what is that one? So centralized databases. So you people can easily understand. So what exactly centralized databases? So try to understand. So for example, so I am doing some business. I am having some company, e-commerce company like Amazon. So what I am doing is my safest location might be, I am choosing so Northern Virginia. Okay. So my database, I am keeping it in, what is that one? So Northern Virginia. So this database is located in Northern Virginia. So all my applications, for suppose, so my applications are storing data, right? So this is application 1 and this is application 2. So all the users, I am saying, so simply all the users can able to access this database. So all the users can able to access to this database. So from different locations. If any user is performing any transaction, per suppose transaction is nothing but if any user is performing so insert or update or delete, all the operations are updated in, what is that one? So one centralized database. Okay, so this is our, what is that one? So centralized DB. So all the operations, whatever the users that are performing operations, right? Insertions or updations or deletions, they are going to perform it on, what is that one? So centralized database. Very simple. So I need in cloud might be if I'm using AWS or Azure. So we are choosing one location which is near to my main business area, per suppose. So that means my business is mostly located in USA. I can choose so Northern Virginia. Okay, so that is the best place. There I can maintain my database, per suppose, in a data center. So all my applications are integrated with the centralized database. If any transaction is performed from any location, per suppose from India or USA or so Canada or somewhere, all the operations will be performed in, what is that one? So centralized database only. So what is the benefit with the centralized databases? Can you please type it in the chat? What are the benefit with centralized database? The major benefit is data cannot be duplicated, right? So data cannot be duplicated. So entire data is in a single location. Single location. Okay. So what are the problems? Okay, these are all pros for suppose. So we can say pros. Pros means what? So benefits. What are the cons? So every time what we have to do, we have to back up the data. Why? Because if a centralized database is lost, for suppose, so what we have to do? If data is lost means we are losing money, correct? If data is lost, something we are losing money. We are losing credit card information, for suppose. That means data is lost. We are losing our money. So we need to back up the data. That is, we need to invest money for backing up the data. And another problem is we need to get fast access to the data. If the data is located in USA, somewhere Northern Virginia, if you want to get fast access to the data, it is very difficult because we are accessing from so that means we are accessing from India or somewhere, for suppose. Some latency will be there, right, in accessing the data. So that one also we need to take care. Okay. So remaining security and all, it would be common. So across the databases, that is not a con like that. This is about what is that one? So centralized databases. And next, another type of databases is distributed databases. What is that? Distributed databases. So try to understand this distributed database. Because if you are talking about distributed databases, your database servers will be located in multiple locations, for suppose. Okay, so this is USA and this one is Canada and also this one is from India, for suppose. So these databases are located in what is that one? These database servers are located in multiple countries, different countries. But all these databases are representing single business, for suppose. They are not storing about different databases. They are always storing about what is that one? So single, what we can say, single business might be these are all databases belongs to Amazon. Assume that. But still, the business it is happening in USA, so that data will be stored in USA database. The business which is happening in Canada, that is stored in what is that one? So Canada database. The business which is happening in India, that is stored in India database. But even though, they are all connected through what is that one? So the network. That's what I want to tell you. So these databases are located in different places. Still, they are connected to each other with the help of what is that one? So the network. So with the help of simple terms, we can use it as internet. So with the help of internet, these databases are connected to each other. Whenever the user is requesting for data, so automatically it is fetching the data from different location databases in a seamless way. This type of databases we can call it as what is that one? So distributed databases. Instead of keeping the database in a centralized way, because if you are speaking about Amazon, it's not a small company, right? It's a very big company. They are processing millions and trillions. We cannot say the data is very huge. If the data is very huge, it is very difficult to maintain a centralized database. In a single location, we are maintaining database to serve all the needs. In such cases, what we have to do? We need to maintain databases. So similar type of databases, same Amazon databases, we are maintaining in different locations to fulfill the needs of a particular location. And finally, when coming to the operations, we need to make sure that all these databases has to work in a centralized way to provide the information. So that means all the databases has to work in a centralized way, in the sense all the databases has to be connected through internet. So then whenever we are writing some SQL query to fetch the data, so from all the locations it has to fetch the information, fetch the data, and it is providing a detailed report like that. This type of databases are called as, what is that one? So distributed databases. So I'm asking one question. So could you please tell me what is the difference between centralized databases and distributed databases? What flexibility we are getting it? Centralized data, one physical location. Distributed data, yes, the database server is running in, what is that one? So multiple locations. But even though they are connected through internet or something. And another type of databases I want to talk about, what is that one? So graph databases. So I'm not using so this much these graph databases much in real life. So generally these graph databases, how it works. You know graph. What is graph? Graph is a collection of nodes, right? So these are all nodes, for suppose. These nodes are connected with, what is that one? So edges. So each node contains some data. This node contains some data, and this node contains some data, and this node also contains some data. So whenever we are working with graph databases, what we can feel is we have multiple servers. Each node represents one database server, and it is looking like a distributed system, right? But I cannot say like this node is associated with some data. Data in the sense some small amount of data, per suppose. This node is associated with some small amount of data, and this node is also associated with some small amount of data, and this node is also associated with some small amount of data. But whenever we are querying, so based upon this node connections, like these edges, so we can collate the data like that. But we cannot think more about these graph databases. So we are not using these graph databases in our scenario. But example is, what is that one? So Neo4j. So these databases are comes under, what is that one? So graph databases. So we can just observe these slides. Might be you can able to get some idea. What is that one? So what is graph databases? So we have, so these are all different types of databases. I already discussed NoSQL databases, example MongoDB, so DynamoDB, and Apache HBase. Okay, it's a non-tabular database. I already discussed it, right? It's not storing structural data. So these are all classified into, what is that one? So several categories like data models, keys and values. And it is a designed to flexible scaling in the sense we can able to create multiple instances of the servers and all. Okay, so I will discuss about that part, what is scaling and all. But right now we can try to understand, so like what is structural data, what is non-structural data. If your data contains non-structural, then definitely we can go for NoSQL databases. And another type of databases is, what is that one? So graph databases, right? So it is a database that uses graph structures. So to describe and store the data in a semantic queries with nodes and edges and attributes. So each node represents what is that one. So each node is capable of storing the data, and the edges, so the connection between the nodes, which is mainly for what is that one. So what is that one, to tell the relationship between the data. Okay, like that. So these are all particularly effective at managing complex interconnected data that are widely used in social networks and also recommendation systems, and also so fraud detection and network analysis. So you don't know about these terminologies. Social networks means LinkedIn, okay, and also Facebook. These are also different types of Facebook applications. These are all. And recommendation systems means generally recommendation systems can be used in machine learning. Especially, I purchased a laptop in big billion days per suppose. So automatically I'm getting the recommendations. You can purchase this mouse or we can purchase this keyboard like that. So if you want to develop such type of systems, this type of databases are getting suitable. Okay, so in the similar way, network analysis and all. So centralized databases, already discussed, right? Almost that is SQL database or no SQL database, which is located in only one place. That is called as what is that one? So centralized database. It is located, it is stored and located and maintained in a single location, just like server, one server. I cannot say it is a mainframe computer. It's just an example. Okay, such as mainframe computer in the sense. Mainframe computer is located in some physical location, right? Okay, so like that, for example, in USA, in Northern Virginia or somewhere, you are just putting some one physical machine that is capable of managing the data. That is one database server. Nowadays, we are not maintaining physical machines also. You are observing. Nowadays, almost you are maintaining what is that one? Virtual servers. In AWS, we are purchasing virtual servers and we are maintaining our data. Okay, so AWS will take care about security and all those stuff. And it is frequently accessed via internet connection, so such as LAN or WAN. And examples are what is that one? So MySQL and also SQLite and Microsoft SQL Server. So these are also different types of databases. And distributed databases. So these are all like especially you can use it for what is that one? So complex data processing. So for example, if you are using Hadoop, might be some people know the name of technology called as Hadoop. Hadoop means it's a distributed file system actually. Your data will be processed in a distributed way. Okay, so in such cases, some of the data will be located in USA, some of the data will be located in UK, and some data will be located in some other location. Even though we can able to perform operations on the data in a distributed manner. In such cases, we can go for what is that one? So distributed databases. Okay, so like, okay, so just a quick check. Could you please look into this question? Which system characterized having its data structured, especially structured, logically interconnected, and physically distributed over several sites within a computer network? See, they are not using the words within several sites means distributed over several sites means we can simply give centralized. But they are clearly mentioning so physically distributed over what is that one? So several sites within a computer network. So ultimately we can able to get it what is that one? So distributed database system like that. So your answers are correct. The correct answer is C. Okay, it's a distributed database. Okay, of course, you got some idea about what is that one, so what is database and all in the today's session. But try to understand, so we are purely working with the relational databases. What type of databases? So relational databases. So in relational database management system, especially I am speaking about so RDBMS. So RDBMS. RDBMS stands for what? So relational database management system. So this relational database management system so contains several tables, and each table is related with another one, for suppose. At high level, to store the data, right? So to store the data, for example, so let's say we have an employee table. So this employee table contains so few fields. What are the fields? So we have an employee number and name and also as well as address. Okay, there are some fields according to our business requirements. So these fields will be getting changed to keep on. So we have an employee number and also name and address and date of birth or something. But try to understand, so with respect to RDBMS, Relational Database Management System, so this employee, we can call it as an entity. What is that? Entity. If you are taking any business problem, so every business problem contains many entities, for example. So entity can be represented in what is that one? So rectangular symbol. So if you are speaking about the entity, entity can be represented like this. So this is an employee. So this employee is having some attributes. These attributes are represented with eclipse symbol. So ellipse. So this one is having employee number and also as well as name and also as well as address and also some other properties like so date of birth like that. So these are all attributes of an employee. Attributes represents the columns like employee number, name and address and date of birth. And also might be you can think of so employees having so some other attributes like phone number, all those stuff, right? But try to understand, so these attributes are represented as columns in a table. If you are assuming employee table, it is nothing but an employee entity which is representing an employee in a database, right? Every employee is having employee number, name and address and date of birth. There are different types of attributes, right? For example, some attributes are mainly used for uniquely identifying an employee. So email and also like date of join. So which attribute is mainly for uniquely identifying an employee in these attributes? So there are some attributes which are mainly for uniquely identifying the employee. Very good email. Thank you. I think differently thinking. Date of birth also. But we cannot say date of birth uniquely identifying a particular employee. So might be two or three employees. If you are having in a company, there are 60,000 employees. In 60,000 employees might be few people are having same date of birth, right? So we cannot say name also. Name should be same. So full name means we cannot store full name like that, right? So uniquely identified attributes are what is that one? So employee numbers. So every employee is having so their own employee number. And most probably Aadhaar card number, yes, I accepted, and email. Email is also mainly used for uniquely identifying that particular employee. and also as well as some case might be address, because two employees might be not working from same address, might be not belongs to the same address, but this is not to be taken into the consideration. Secondary options, and date of birth is also secondary. Okay, so most probably you can expect. So email and employee number is acting as what is that one? So unique keys. What is that one? So they are uniquely identified. They are using uniquely identifying for an employee. So what we can say, this keys we can call it as candidate key. So candidate key. So candidate key means what? In a table, we are using particular attribute or particular property for uniquely identifying a particular employee. Okay. So this employee number must be unique, and also email must be unique. Every employee is having unique email ID like that. And we have some other case. We have some attributes like derived attributes. What is that? So derived attributes. So what are the derived attributes? For example, if I am speaking about, so another attribute I am adding here, experience. So this experience is a derived attribute or not? So this experience is derived from which property? Experience is a property, but especially if you want to find out the experience, how can you calculate the experience? So from data of join, right? So from data of join, so we can able to calculate the experience. Is this correct or not? If we don't know data of join, how can we calculate the experience? So the experience is derived from data of join. This type of attributes we can call it as derived attributes. So for example, experience, any other fields if you are observing, or otherwise age. For example, if you are adding another property called as age, so age can be derived from what is that one? So date of birth. So this type of attributes we can call it as what type of attributes? Derived attributes. Age is depending upon date of birth. If we don't know date of birth, we cannot find out the age, right? Is it possible to find out the age based upon the data without date of birth? I already specified for suppose experience, date of join. So can I consider retirement date? So date of retirement. So DOR, date of retirement. So this is a derived attribute or not? So that is completely based upon, so what is that one? So the experience. So based upon the experience, the date of retirement will be decided. If you are speaking about date of birth, yes, I will agree. Anyway, this property is depending upon some other property, right? So the experience is a property which is depending upon, so either based upon experience or date of birth. Yes, truly, if you are speaking, so if you are speaking about date of birth, okay, so when coming to the what is that one? So the functional perspective. So from date of birth, how many years of experience you have? So it should be calculated in such a way. So based upon date of birth only, so date of retirement will be calculated. So anyway, it is a derived attribute or not? It's a derived attribute. And also we have so composite attributes. So composite values. Composite values means some attributes are having so multiple values. Could you please guess it? What type of attributes here is having multiple values? If you are taking an employee, so I'm just adding another attribute called as, what is that one? So the mobile number. So one employee is having multiple mobile numbers, right? One employee is having what is that one? So multiple mobile numbers. So mobile number is a column. So multiple mobile numbers one employee have, and also one employee is having multiple addresses. Great. That is also multi-valued attribute, right? Multi-valued means what? So one attribute is having multiple values. And also Narendra Singh is saying something. So like SP and CP, profit and loss are derived attributes. SP and CP in the sense, Narendra, I think I'm expecting so. Okay, selling price and cost price. Okay. So if you are taking entity is mainly is nothing but a table which is storing the data. But every entity is associated with some attributes like this. Email, date of birth, age, these are all attributes. But in these attributes also, we have single valued attribute. The attribute is having only one value. And sometimes the attribute is having multiple values. As we discussed, what are the examples for composite attribute, which is accepting multiple values? One is, multiple emails might be, and multiple addresses, and multiple mobile numbers. Okay, so these are all comes under what is that one? So multi-valued attributes. That attribute is accepting multiple value for the particular employee. Okay, great. But here, if you are working with the database management system, we should consider to resolve the duplicate values. Multiple emails is possible, but that is according to the system, right? What we are working. Yes, if you are speaking about me, I have multiple emails. I can able to create n number of emails in Google, right? N number of emails in Google. But with respect to the company, I have been associated with only one single email ID. Please try to understand. So what I am saying is one person, one employee is having multiple emails also. That should be accepted. Okay, so you understand. So what is entity? Entity is nothing but a table. If you are practically speaking, so that is nothing but a table. But with respect to ER diagrams, so this one we can call it as what is that one? So entities. So table in a practical way, but in theoretical way, we are representing that one as what is that one? So entity. But my question is how to design a database, right? For example, if you are storing application data in your database, for example, okay? If you are storing application data in a database, for example, any e-commerce application, if you are talking about so Amazon or Flipkart, if you want to design a database for that particular product, for suppose, for the particular website, so how to design the database? Is single entity is sufficient? So how to design? My question is how to design a database. Is it single entity is sufficient to store all the data? No, right? Because that involves what is that one? So multiple tables. It's not a single table. Multiple entities will be involved in that particular scenario. Okay. So let's take a simple scenario. I am a customer. I am purchasing products. Right. So what is the relationship will be involved? For example, let's go through some of the uh, basic things with respect to these relationships. So we have relationships actually. What are the different types of relationships? So what are the key attributes actually? So let's come from this one. Yeah. What is entity? Entity is nothing but a real world object, right? Which is really existed for suppose in real life. It can be a physical object or abstract concept. For example, so salary account, bank. So if you are speaking about so salary account, it is a weak entity. So weak entity is represented by using double rectangle. It cannot exist without being associated with the owner entity. So if you are speaking about weak entity and strong entity, let me give one example for suppose. All of you have an idea about what is entity, but I want to give some examples related to what is that one. So weak entity and strong entity. Can you please tell me? I'm asking some questions here. So let me take some entities, university, so departments, and also professor. Without existing university, there is a department will be existed. Could you please confirm? Without existing university, is it possible to exist a department? Your understanding is so important. That's what I am questioning. Without existing university, there is no department. But try to understand, without existing department, there is an existence of professor. If department is destroyed, for suppose, might be there is an existence, right? We cannot say the professor will be like automatically getting removed like that. Professor will be kept. Might be that professor can be used for other departments. So try to understand. So there are two cases, right? One is weak entity and strong entity. Weak entity means what? Without existence of one entity, there is no existence of another entity. Without existing of bank, there is no existence of what is that one? So accounts. Correct? So without existing of university, there is no existence of departments. There is no existence of departments. All the departments automatically getting deleted. Correct? In the similar way, without existence of department, there is an existence of professor. I'm repeating it again. So what I'm saying is the scenario will be, we have three entities per suppose. What are the three entities? So university, and also department, and also a professor. So these are the three entities per suppose. So my question is, without existing university, is there any possibility of existing department? No. That means if university is getting destroyed, department is also getting destroyed. That means what I'm saying, so this department we can call it as what type of entity? Weak entity, right? Weak entity means what? Without existing of university, there is no chance of existing department. But think about the professor. If the department is getting destroyed, for suppose, that means department is not existed. But still professor exists. The same professor might be teaching in another department, right? So in such cases, what is that one? So if department is still not existed, so there is an existence of professor like that. Okay, so these are all things just for understanding. So weak entity, strong entity, like that. Okay, so but these details are not that much useful in a practical point of view. But anyway, we have to know about this part. So for example, in this slide, if you are observing, so salary account, right? And bank. So what is the weak entity? Without existing bank, salary account is getting existed? No. Without existing bank, there is no salary account is getting existed. So salary account, we can call it as weak entity. So in the similar way, I already discussed with you, all of you. Attributes. What are the attributes? Attributes. So every entity is having some attributes, but there are some attributes are called as key attributes and derived attributes and composite attributes and multi-valued attributes. Employee number, which is nothing but a key attribute. Here there is no email. So that's why here I am not specifying what is that one, so email and all. But while explaining, what we can say, key attribute is mainly for uniquely identifying a particular employee. Okay, so with the help of the key attribute, we can easily uniquely identify a particular employee. And next type of attribute is composite attributes. Sorry, I specified, so composite as multi-valued. So composite means what? For example, if you are taking one attribute is having several other attributes, for example. So if you are speaking about address, address is having country, state, and zip code. This is nothing but a composite attribute. Composite means what? So one attribute is having so more than one attributes. So if you are speaking about address, address is having so country, state, and also zip code. Okay, so this type of attributes we can call it as what is that one? So composite attributes. And next, multi-valued attributes. So that means that attribute is having so more than one value. So that can be represented in double vowels. So like this, for suppose. So the quantity, it is accepting what is that one? So more than one value. So quantity might be differentiated, right? One is accepting one value and another one is accepting another value. Okay, so let's clearly explain. So what are the different types of attributes we have? So key attribute. And another one is what is that one? So composite attribute. And another type is what type of attribute? So multi-valued attribute. If I am showing the slides, you cannot understand. So that's why I'm just writing. So any other attributes you can able to see here. So derived attributes, right? So as discussed, another type of attribute is what is that one? So derived attributes. So these attributes are derived from another attributes. But so many questions will be arising from this one, as per my experience. Can you please tell me? I'm asking questions. I'm just defining some entity here. So with respect to the employee entity. So can you please tell me what are the key attributes? What are the key attributes? Employee number. So just guess it as yourself. What is that one? So email is a key attribute. But email is a key attribute. Yes. So that email is used for uniquely identifying a particular employee. So key attribute is mainly for uniquely identifying a particular employee. So if you are taking for suppose another example for suppose. So let me talk about what is that one. So the customer. So customer is an entity. So here, what are the unique key attributes in the customer for suppose with respect to customer entity? So key attributes, customer ID, customer name, no, might be customer name, might be multiple names will be there. So mobile number, mm, email. Okay, by using email also we can able to uniquely identify the particular customer. Correct? Okay, like that. So these are all comes under what is that one? So key attributes. What about the non-key attributes? In non-key attributes, we have so can you please tell me some of the composite attributes here? Composite, that means that attributes are having. Okay, so composite attributes means, for example, so the customer, for example, if you are speaking about the customer, so customer contains what are the properties? Customer ID, customer name, customer address. But this address is not associated with a single property, right? Might be this address is a separate entity. This one is having some composite values. What are the composite values? Address is having, so what is that one? Street name, right? So it is having street name, which is having so door number and also location. So these are all comes under what is that one? So the composite attributes like that. So we have a street name and also door number and also location. So for example, if you are observing this attribute, so this address attribute is associated with what is that one? So complex values, right? It's a separate object, address object, which is having what is that one? So street name, department number, and location. But how to represent these composite attributes, I will discuss. Okay. So simply we can say composite attribute means what? So the attribute which is accepting what is that one? So the multiple values. So this type of attributes we can call it as what is that one? Not multiple values, what we can say, which is composite, which is associated with some other attributes like street name, so door number and location. This type of attributes we can call it as composite attributes. But how can you represent it? So if you are observing, so the customer table, name is also composite. How we can say name is composite? Yes, of course. If you are speaking first name and last name, it is composite. Great. Great understanding, Virishali. And bank details, whatever it may be. Like if you are speaking about one attribute, it is associated with what is that one? So multiple values. Not multiple values. It's a complex object for suppose. Let me explain so in detail. Don't worry. So just take some simple entity. How can you represent in a table? For example, if you want to represent simple entity, employee, which is accepting only scalar values. So if you are taking employee, what are the fields that are available? Employee number, name, and address. So your employee number is the key attribute. So how can you say, so this table is having so unique values for suppose. So if you are observing here, this table contains employee number, so name, and also address. So this employee number, so something Suresh, address will be Bangalore for suppose. So we are storing single values, right? So this is a simple entity. We can feel it. This one does not have what is that one. So address is not having multiple attributes. This is what is that one. So simple entity. So simple entity means what? So we can directly store the values. But our business requirements, sometimes it is not looks like that, right? For example, so the same thing, if you are speaking about what is that one? So some complex entities. So same if you are speaking about say employee, observe this scenario. This one is also having employee number, so name and also address. But address is composite. What I am saying, so address is what is that one? So composite. In such cases, what we have to do, so we need to create two different tables. So one is employee table, so which is having so employee number, so name and address. No, not address. So this one is called as what is that one? So address underscore ID. And we have to create what is that one? So separate address table. So this address table contains what is that one? So ID. Every address is having some ID, and also street name, and also what we can say door number, something like that. For example, so we have so street name, so some Gandhi Street, and location is so Bangalore. So this employee belongs to so the particular street. So employee name is Suresh. His address ID is what is that one? So 1. So we are mapping it like this. In the similar way, if employee number 2, so his name is Ram. He also belongs to same employee, same address ID. What does it mean? He also belongs to same address, right? That means multiple objects are address associated with this address, correct? Address is not accepting scalar value. So this is associated with what is that one? So one composite entity. So composite means what? So that one is associated with multiple other attributes like that. So when coming to the design, what I am saying is, for example, I am an employee in a company. I have so many attributes, for suppose. So company name is unique. Company name is always singular, right? Singular means always I am working in one company currently. I cannot say that one is composite, right?
Yeah.
So look at this one. For example, if I am working in a company, so company is composite. Don't get confused. Company is what is that one? So composite attribute. How can you say company is composite attribute? Every company is having some other attributes, right? So company ID, company name, okay? So locations. Location, per suppose. If you are putting a company as an attribute, that one is associated with what is that one? So another entity. That's what I am trying to tell you. That type of attributes we can call it as what is that one? So composite attributes. Okay. So let's think about so one example you can take it. Same what is that one? So customer or otherwise so product. So can you please tell me product ID is a composite? No, because this is a key attribute. And product name is composite. So product name, it is a direct name we are inserting while inserting the data in the table. Product name means what? Laptop. Okay, Lenovo laptop or otherwise mobile or something. So it should be a single name or otherwise we can specify it is a composite. How can you represent? If it is a singular value, then it is fine. If it is a composite, means how can you represent? Which contains, there are some fields, right? Multiple attributes. What are the attributes? Product ID, so product name, and also price.
Yes.
Very good. So model number. These are all associated with what is that one? Multiple attributes. So product name is not accepting. So what is that one? Singular value. It is associated with one object. That type of attributes we can call it as what type of attributes? Composite attributes. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So now tell me price. It's composite or not composite? For suppose if you are specifying $400, it's a single value, right? So it's not composite. If you want to make this one as composite, what we can specify? There is no possibility, right? So directly we can store the value in the table as a singular value. So for example, so $500 or something. So like that. This type of attributes. So we can call it as what is that one? So scalar attributes. Scalar means what? That attributes can accept only single values. Single values means it is not associated with any object. But if you are speaking about, so the product name, here in this case, this one is composite. And also company, so the product belongs to particular company. This is what is that one? So composite. Because so for suppose if you are taking a laptop, that laptop is manufactured by particular company. So that company is having, so the company ID, so company name. So there are some fields associated with that attribute, right? So this company is referring to the particular object. So the company object like that. So we have a concept, what is that one? So normalization. So let's try to understand, so what is normalization? And after that, we'll jump into the practicals because it's already 1 hour completed, right? So let me take you to the practicals so you can clearly understand. So normalization means, so decomposing a big table. So decomposing a big table into smaller tables to reduce data redundancy. So to reduce data redundancy and some anomalies. So why we have to decompose the big table into smaller tables? Let's observe the scenario. You can able to understand. So let's assume that we have an employee table. So we have an employee data and also location data. So employee and also department data. So that employee belongs to department, right? And also location data. But assume that all the data is represented in a single table. So we have multiple fields, right? What are the fields we have? So employee number and name, address, and also when coming to the department table, so we have department name and location. Can you please differentiate these fields are belongs to which tables? That means which particular entity. So these are all fields belongs to employee entity only. We are representing entire data in a single entity, which is nothing but employee. Is it a best practice? That is the question, right? So we have employee number, name and address. This employee number, name and address especially belongs to employee. And department name belongs to, can you please tell me department name belongs to which entity? So department. Department name belongs to which entity? Here we can able to see my screen. So department entity. And location belongs to, so location entity, for example. It is not a best practice to keep all these properties in a what is that one so single table. So for example, what happens? For example, if I am specifying so one employee number one and name is Suresh. So address is Chennai, or otherwise we can specify so internationally. So our department name is what is that one? So analytics. And location is so USA. So it might be the same employee, another employee. So Ram, he also belongs to USA. So he also belongs to same analytics department, and his location is USA. So if you are observing, the data is getting duplicated, right? Same department name is repeated again and again, and same location also repeated again and again. And address also, if you are observing, address also repeated again and again. So in such cases, what we have to do, if data is getting duplicated, we have to divide this table into what is that one source. So by using normalization, so normalization is a process of decomposing a big table into what is that one so smaller tables to reduce data redundancy. What is data redundancy? Here this is redundant data, right? So data which is repeating, keep on repeating, that one is called as redundant data. So to reduce this redundant data, what we have to do? We need to split this table into multiple tables. We can observe here. So in this case, what I am doing here is I am just creating so employee table separately. So which is having so employee number, so name and also address. And also we have so department table. So this department table is responsible for managing department details. So which contains department number, and also another column is what is that one, so department name. So we have departments 10. So what is that one, so analytics. So who are all the employees working in that particular department? So employee number is 1 and name is Suresh and address is USA, and his department number is, what is the department number? Here we can keep it, what is that one, so one foreign key. So foreign key means what? So it's a reference key which is referring to what is that one, so department number 10, like this. Okay, we'll see all these things practically, but let's try to understand. So another department, so 2, so Ram and also ESA, and department number is 10. So if you are observing, so this department ID is acting as what is that one, so reference is acting as a reference that refers to what is that one, so this department. Because the department is a composite attribute, actually. Composite means what? So employee entity contains department entity, department attribute, but that attribute is composite. So that one is associated with another object. So while creating the tables, for department, we have to create a separate table, and for employee, we have to create a separate table. But we need to link these two tables with the help of this reference. Okay. So this is called as what is that one? So relationship between the tables. Here, this type of relationship is what is that one? So many to one, like that. Okay, we'll discuss about that relationships. So practically, how what is foreign key and all those things. So linking with what is that one is a common column. Okay, so all right. So let's start with the new journey to understand. So like how the concepts in the easy way. So what we discussed already have some idea. So how to what is table and all. So let's introduce what is database first, for suppose practically. Before that one, all of you please open so your browser and especially LMS. Okay, so you can just go to this lms.simplilearn.com. So all of you can able to see my screen, right? Just log in into the account. So just log in into your account and go to the particular course. In the course, we have so the section, what is that? GenAI powered SQL for business analysts. So click on continue learning. So there we can find the lab setup actually. So the practice labs. You just click on these practice labs. Okay, and click on launch lab. So if you are clicking on launch lab, automatically it will launch the lab for you. Just click on the launch lab and just wait for so the lab is configured automatically. It will configure, it will take some time to configure this lab and all. So could you please check all of you can able to do that one? Okay. Because Simplilearn is providing so the lab setup also. You are connected with the Simplilearn lab setup, that is fine. If you are not connected, so then we can follow this approach. So if you after opening this page, can I install my machine, please? Okay, no worries. I will share you some document with you. Okay, so for Mac and all. So Mac means you have to select Mac here, right? So Linux, Mac OS is available. So we have to select an option for Mac. But here we are using in Windows. So if you are going down, you can see go to download page. Click on that go to download page. So in the go to download page, we can see some options. What are the options? So one is 2.1 MB and another one is 558 MB. Which one we have to select? So we can select 558 MB. Got it? You just download this 558 MB. Just click on so 558 MB. Okay, we are getting the screen like this. After going to the download page, I am going back, I am just explaining. So we are getting the select version, so Microsoft Windows. And then next what we have to do. If you want to make in your machine itself, MySQL should be available. So you can download and install this one. So that would be sufficient like that. But don't install in company machines because the company machines are having restrictions, right? If you are working from your personal machine, okay, no worries. You can download that one. So if you are going to download, so automatically it is just suggesting this 558 MB. Okay, like that. So you can just download this one. Just click on so download. Here, don't log in or sign up. Here below we can find an option, no thanks, just start my download. Right? Just click on this link. I don't want to log in or sign up. Just start my download. So then automatically download is getting started automatically. It will take some time so to download it. See, this one is getting downloaded. So go to the downloads. So we have some MySQL community. So this one is already installed. This one is the downloaded version, right? You just double click on that one. But what happens means in my machine, MySQL is already installed actually. Okay, so let's see. If I am starting, so this MySQL installer, what it is suggesting. So it is automatically so launching some wizard. It is displaying, so please wait. Windows configures MySQL installer like that. Yes, please try to use the Simplilearn labs because the data and everything is configured. But anyway, so if you want to go with your own, or suppose this is the installation process, that's what I am saying. Okay, so please go through the document and try it with Simplilearn labs. If you are more handy with your personal machine, so yes, we can able to follow these steps to install MySQL in your machine. Okay. Okay. So this is the wizard we are getting. So after just double clicking on the downloaded file. So click next. So we are going to install, what is that one? So MySQL server and MySQL workbench. But because in my machine already MySQL is installed already. But in your machine, so might be you are looking full installation, some steps. Which option we have to choose? A server only, or client only, or full? Full you can select, Jagdish.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all of you select full version. What is full? Full in the sense we'll get all the tools which are required for MySQL. So click next. See, these are all full means we are getting all these tools. What are the tools? MySQL server, just read it. MySQL server, MySQL workbench,
MySQL
MySQL shell, MySQL router, and MySQL documentation and samples and examples. So click execute. Natasha, you are not getting last two options. No worries. You are getting MySQL server and MySQL workbench. That is fine. See, look at that one. So if you are observing that wizard, it is installing step by step, right? First, it is installing MySQL server. It is completed. Status and MySQL workbench. It is installing. So now it is 43% like that. It will. You just wait until all the tools are getting completed the installation. So we can just don't do anything. Just click next. That's all.
Okay.
And here also don't do anything. Click next. And provide password root. ROOT. Root.
Capital or small, anything, right?
Small. Retype password also root. So click next. So next. So click next. And execute. It will execute all the steps one by one.
Finish.
Okay, it will take some time. So click finish. So click next. Finish. So click next. Provide the password root. Check. Click on check. It is connecting or not. Yes, it is successfully connected. Click next and execute. Okay, I will try to resolve your lab problems. Click next again, next again. So remaining things are not completed. Click finish.
Done.
So now it is successfully done. Okay, so close that window. I will tell you the next steps. Okay, so please wait.
Yes, sir.
Click next. All of you please follow the same steps. So click next, next, next. So provide the password as root. Here also retype the password as root. Yeah, click finish. Again click next. Finish. So like that, click next and provide the password. Click check, click on check and click next and execute and click on finish. So one last configuration is pending. Click next, finish. That's all. So close that window. Your configuration is getting completed. Yes, please stop your screen. After that, I will tell you what are the next steps. So we install the MySQL in your machine. What we done here is try to understand all of you. I'm just explaining overall. So if you are speaking about MySQL server, it's a database. So that means one software we install in this machine. So this one we can call it as what is that one? So server. So server means what? It is providing database services. What type of server it is? So database server, especially this one is MySQL server. That means what software I install in this machine? MySQL server software. So MySQL some 8.0.42. So this is the software I installed. So this is called as database management system. Okay. So if you are speaking about DBMS, it is a software package which we need to install to work with that particular system. So generally in real time, this MySQL server will be installed in the remote location. For suppose if I am working for Amazon, might be Amazon main branch is located in San Francisco. So in San Francisco, they are maintaining the Amazon database. Okay, so we need to install that software on the server. We done that step. But my question is how to connect to this server. To connect to this server, so we need MySQL admin. What is this? MySQL admin. So what is MySQL admin? This is called as client tool. So this is called as what is that one? So client tool. So this client tool is mainly for communicating with the server and getting the response. Okay, server is running. The server is capable of managing tables and managing security and all other stuff, right? But what we have to do? If you are sending data from client, for example, if you are writing some SQL query, so where you are writing SQL query, here we are writing. So in MySQL admin, we are writing some SQL query. So select star from employee like this. This SQL query will be sent to the server and it will execute that query and it will process the data and the data will be sent back to the client. Right? So this query will be sent to the server and the server will execute that query and the data will be sent back to the client. Data will be sent back as a response to the client. The table will be displayed. So, but what happens means if you are installing MySQL full version, okay, so if you are installing MySQL full version for suppose, MySQL full. So we can able to get MySQL server, MySQL admin. So MySQL admin software also we can able to get it. So these two softwares which are required to execute our queries. So as of right now. So there are some other softwares are also getting installed. We are installing whenever we are installing MySQL, that is MySQL router. What is that one? So MySQL router. This one is not required for us. This one is required for application developers. Especially if you are working on Java, your Java application wants to connect with MySQL database. So like that, in such cases, so this MySQL router and all other are required. But right now, I just need MySQL server, and also another one is, what is that one? So MySQL admin. Okay, you installed MySQL server in this machine and also MySQL admin in this machine. How can you check it? So how can you check? So the MySQL server is successfully installed in your machine and MySQL admin is successfully installed in your machine. If you are installing MySQL server, okay, if you are installing MySQL server in machine, it is running as a service. Okay, what is the port number it is running? So 2306. Okay, once we install MySQL server in this machine, server means what? It is a MySQL engine which is capable of processing your SQL queries. Whatever the SQL query we are sending from client side, right? We are writing some SQL query in MySQL admin client, and that SQL query will be sent to the server. Who is capable of processing that query and getting the results? So the server is responsible for that job, right? So the server always listens to the request which is coming from MySQL admin. So how can you check whether the server is running or not? We can check the services. In your Windows, you have to check services whether the MySQL server is running or not. So I am just showing. So please observe here. I am just going to this Windows machine. So search and I am typing services. So if I am going for services, so in these services, I can able to see. So these are all different types of services running in your machine. And my service name is MySQL, right? You just type it. So M. I cannot see any MySQL service. Okay, just type it. So M. Okay, do one thing. So I am just searching for MySQL admin. That means MySQL workbench. So this is called as client tool actually. Client tool means what? So this one only we are using to communicate with the server. So we are getting this welcome to MySQL workbench. And if you are just double clicking on MySQL 80 service, so might be it is asking some password. It is not asking for me password, but here look at this. It is showing so no connection is established. So what it is showing, so server status it is getting stopped like that. So we need to start the server. So the server is getting stopped. So we can just go to the services. But in your machine, just recently you installed, right? So that MySQL service is up and running always. But you can check it, where exactly so this MySQL is present. So if you are going down, if you are typing M, it has to come, but you cannot see. So any other things are happening here?
So for me, my when I click on M, it is giving me uh, MySQL
Yes,
80.
it is showing right for you.
80. It says 80.
You can share your screen. See here, look at this. MySQL 80 it is showing, correct?
Yes.
Here, what is that one? It is showing it is status is not running. So you just right click. But for you, it is running. No
Yes.
worries.
Yes.
So for me, it is not running, right? So what I am doing here, just right click, I am clicking start. So if I am just right clicking and I am clicking start, then automatically the server status is running. So you can able to see. So look at this, MySQL 80. What is the status? Everyone, could you please confirm what is the status?
Running.
It's running, right? It is running. Could you please check it, all of you? Your status is running, and please type the message in the chat. Any others like cannot identify, so the MySQL service is running? Could you please share your screen? Because today we'll complete the lab setup, so the next week onwards, I will just go through the SQL queries. Okay, no worries. I will take care about that one. SQL queries, writing SQL queries is very easy. Okay, so I will discuss about that part. Okay, this is the right time to jump into what is that one SQL. So let's try to understand some of the basics of SQL. So we need to understand, so what is SQL actually? SQL stands for what? Structured query language, right? So structured, so query language. So this is the fifth generation language. The reason is, if you are using SQL, so with a single line of query, we can able to perform so complex operations as well. So what are the benefits of SQL? So if you are speaking about the benefits of SQL, with minimal code, so we are not supposed to write some complex codes. With minimal code, we can able to perform operations on database. Server means server provides services to the clients, right? Server provides services. But this MySQL is what type of server? This one is database server, correct? This one is DB server. DB server means what type of services this database server will provide? This one is providing so database services. Database services means it is providing so tables, views, okay? So different types of objects. So first, if you want to work with database services, so for example, if you want to store the data, retrieve the data, or insert data, or delete data, the first step is what we have to do. We need to install database server software in the server machine as discussed. So even for the training, what we are doing, we are installing so the MySQL server in this machine, right? Inside this machine, we are installing so MySQL server. So if you are installing MySQL server, that one is shipped with some predefined programs. Okay, these are all programs. So that are coming along with so the MySQL server software. And the server is running on what is that one? So my laptop itself. Okay, I installed MySQL server in my machine. So the IP address for this server is 127.0.0.1. What is the purpose of IP address? So what is the purpose of IP address?
It is mainly for what is that one? So locating a particular machine. Every machine is having their own IP address. In the similar way, so every server is also one machine, right? Server is also one machine. But if you are installing locally in your laptop, the IP address for local host is what is that one? The IP address for local host is 127.0.0.1. But this is a training machine. So in training, what we are doing, we are installing server locally in our laptop itself. So if you are installing MySQL locally in your laptop, that one we can call it as what is that one? So local host, or the IP address for that particular server is 127.0.0.1. Okay, the server is installed. How can you check the server service is running or not? We can able to start the server and we can able to stop the service, right? That is in your hand. If you want to start the server, we can able to start so MySQL service. So in our machine, so MySQL service name is MySQL 80. If you are starting the service, then automatically the server is up and running. If you are stopping the service, so server is not available like that, right? If you are installing so one MySQL software in your machine, that one we can call it as server. So this is a server software, that's what I am saying. So especially if you are talking about so MySQL here. So MySQL, so database, so MySQL database is a server software. So we installed already. Might be you are asking next question. What is the next question? Subbu, can you please tell me where the service is running? So the service is running in my machine itself, right? Is it correct? So I installed in my machine. So the service is running in my machine only. How can I check it? You can check it. Go to search box and type services. In these services, it is listing all the services which are running in my machine. So at the time of installation, my service is taking a name called as MySQL 80. So search for what is the service MySQL 80. So is there any service? Just scroll down bit and verify. Is there any service MySQL 80 service is running? I'm just scrolling down. So please have a look into this services list. I cannot identify. So I cannot identify. Let's see. Yeah, great. We identified. See, look at the service. MySQL 80 service, this one is running. But in real time, it is not running in your machine. That's what I am trying to say. Okay. For example, if you are working in a company, so this server is not located in your machine, in your laptop. The server is located somewhere. We are remotely connecting to the server. But for training purpose, we install the server in your machine itself. And also we identified what is the service name it is running. What is the service name? MySQL 80. And what is the status of this service? It is running. Let me stop this service. How can I stop this service? Anyone, could you please guess it? Just right click on the service. Click on stop. So if I am clicking stop, automatically the server will be stopped. MySQL 80 service is now, it is not running. It is getting stopped. So no longer we cannot communicate with the MySQL service. If any service is running in Windows, if you are installing any server software or if you are observing, so Microsoft Passport service, there are different services are available. My question is, these services are running on which IP address, which machine? It is running in my machine. Why it is running in my machine? I installed in my machine itself. But please think yourself, if you are working in a company like any small company or big company or very big company, these servers are not in your hand. Correct? These servers are not in your hand. So the company will maintain one separate server for you. That means all the data is going to the company server. It is not located in your locally. Okay. But for training purpose, what we did here is, so we install locally MySQL server in my machine itself. Okay. That's what I am trying to tell you. So, and also I am running this service. I am just starting. So the service. If I am starting this service, now look at this. So the server is up and running. Let's open the service. So if I am double clicking on that service, I can able to see, okay, so it's a manual startup type. You can stop or start. All these things are possible. And also it is provided with some password. During the installation, we provided some password, right? Root. Okay, that is great. But one important thing we have to understand here. This is a machine which is installed in my machine. This is a MySQL DB server which is installed in my machine. If it is installed in my machine, that one I can call it as, what is that one? So local host. Local host means the software is not located in remote server. For example, assume that if you are working in a company, Simplilearn, for suppose, we are all employees of Simplilearn. So Simplilearn is having some database server. So the database server IP address will be something like this: 192.168.10.1. What is this 192.168.10.1? This one is the IP address which is allocated for the server in the Simplilearn network. But in this case, so we install locally in our machine itself. So that's why always the IP address for the local host. Local host means in my machine itself, I installed MySQL server. So the IP address for this local host is 127.0.0.1, which we can call it as local host. Okay, great. So what I observed here is, so my service is running successfully, right? So how can I check my MySQL service is running successfully? Go to the services and let's look into what is that one. So the MySQL 80 service, so which is available here, where I can see it is not getting sorting down. So the MySQL 80 service. Okay, anyway, so I have previously shown, so this is the service actually. So it is up and running. But please remember, during the installation, if you are running any service, for suppose, okay, if you are running any MySQL service or any service, that is allocated with some port number. So what is this port number? In a service, for example, if you are using Postgres server or any database server, by default, the database server is allocated with some port number. So the MySQL server, so the port number is So by default, it is running in some port number. So let me check it in Google. It's 3706 something, right? I'm just specifying the MySQL server port number. During the installation also, it will ask you port number. So 3706 mostly. By default, it will pick up 3706. Sorry. This is 3306. This is the port number. So what is the port number? So for MySQL, so if you are installing in your local machine, so 3306. So if you want to send request to any service, please make sure that IP address is required and also this port number is also required. Because so from the client, if you want to connect to the server, so for example, if you are working in a company, the server is not in your hand. Okay, the server is running remotely. Might be the server service is running in Northern Virginia or somewhere. What client will provide? So that means the company which we are working for, that one we can call it as client, right? For example, what we can say, if I are working for Amazon, Amazon will provide this IP address and this port number. And they are providing some client software, right? So this one is called as client tool. So especially in MySQL, so this one is MySQL admin. So this MySQL admin is called as client tool. By using this client tool, we can establish a communication between the client and server. Okay, we can establish a communication between the client and server. What is the tool? The tool name is MySQL admin. Might be you're asking me question. Hey Subbu, could you please tell me this MySQL admin, only the tool I can use it or any other tool I can use it? Yes, of course, there are so many tools are present in the market. So from company to company, they are using different set of tools, right? So some people will use only MySQL admin. Some people will use some other tool. Any tool, that does not matter. Only the thing is, we need IP address of the server. So the IP address of the server is, what is that one? So 127.0.0.1, especially in the current scenario. And also another one is, what is that one? So on which port? So MySQL service is running. So what is the port number? So 3306. It just provide. So this IP address and this port number, and also the password for that at the time of installation of the server. Okay, so the database administrator will provide some password for you, username and password. Then seamlessly we can able to connect to this database. So this one is, we can call it as, what is that one? So client tool. What is client in the sense? This is also one software which we are using to connect to the server. Which server? MySQL server, like that. So client in the sense, in the meaning, it is not only MySQL admin I am saying. For example, I am developing Java application. Okay, I am developing some Java application or Python application. So these are all clients only. So these clients can communicate with the server with the help of this IP address and also this port number. Why? Because Java applications or Python applications or PHP applications, all are performing database operations, right? You are submitting a form. What happens? The data will be inserted in the database. And we can able to delete the data and we can able to insert, update. All those things are possible. But as a part of this data analyst course, we are not going to worry about developing applications. Okay, so we are not going to worry about developing applications. That's not required for us. Only we need to master how to perform operations on the database, right? So you must have a proficiency in writing SQL queries to perform operations. So we can write it? So where we can write it? So we need some client tool. Okay, we need one client tool to communicate with the server. Because if I want to send some SQL query, so we need some client tool. So thanks to this MySQL itself, it is providing so one tool called as MySQL admin. Okay, so this tool is providing some graphical user interface. Okay, this tool is providing GUI. GUI stands for what? Graphical user interface to connect to the MySQL server. And if you want to execute any SQL query, we can easily execute the SQL query on the databases. So now this is the right time to look into what is that one? So the MySQL admin, correct? Graphical user interface means what? So it is providing some user interface for you. It is facilitating, we can able to write SQL query and we can send it to the server, right? We can able to send it to the server to execute it like that. It is providing a facility for you. We can able to write the SQL queries and send it to the database to execute the query like that. Okay, so we'll get this MySQL server and also we'll get this MySQL admin. Both we can get it. This one is called as server, which is running as a service in my machine. And this MySQL admin, we can call it as what is that one? So the client tool. Okay, so let's open the client tool to connect to this server. So if you want to connect to the MySQL server, what are the steps we have to follow? First, make sure that your service is up and running, correct? That is the first step you have to check. You have to verify in your machine whether the MySQL service is running or not. If the service is running, then only we can able to connect. Otherwise, is it possible to connect to the MySQL server? Not at all. You can identify where is this MySQL. So I'm just checking. Yeah. So what is the status of my service? Please type in the chat what is the status of my service if you are observing here running. That's good. So now I want to connect to this service. So for this, if you are installing MySQL, so go to the search box, Windows search box, and just type it. So MySQL workbench. So this one we can call it as MySQL admin or something like that as per our terminology. Just open this client tool. So once we are opening this client tool, we will get a window like this. So here we can specify local instance MySQL 80. You want to connect to the server. Just double click on that one. So it is getting connected automatically. Okay, so if I'm selecting show databases or otherwise we are just getting a window like this. We are successfully connected to that server. How can you say we are successfully connected to that server? So we are getting some schemas here. So schemas means what? Databases. Go to the SQL and we can just execute this query. What is the query? Show databases. If I am executing this query, So look at this. This query is successfully executed. Okay, let me run it again. So for your understanding. So I need some SQL editor to execute the SQL query actually. So here, if you are observing here, this tab, right? So we can create a new SQL file. So here we can just write the query and execute the queries. And below, you can see action output. That means if you are executing any query, that action, what is the action for that query, will be displayed in the bottom. So what I am doing here is, I am just writing show databases. Okay, if I am executing show databases, then what is the action? If this query is correct, then automatically it is successful, right? So look at this, action is green. If you are observing, if you are getting so this green color, that means this query is syntax is correct. This query is not giving any error. And also, what is the result? If you are observing the result here, the result is displaying here. These are all databases. If you are observing result grid, information underscore schema, and MySQL, and performance underscore schema, and Sequila, SQL basics, these are all databases. These are all databases which are already present in my MySQL server. These are all present because if you are installing MySQL server itself, by defaultly, some of the databases, especially information underscore schema and performance schema and Sequila, these are all databases by defaultly shipped with the MySQL server. That is not created by me. These databases are not created by me. Information underscore schema and MySQL, these are all system databases. System databases in the sense, these databases are coming along with the system. Only I created this database. What is that one? SQL basics. Okay. So that's why don't delete these databases. These databases are provided to support your SQL queries. Okay. If you are deleting these databases, your SQL queries cannot execute. Okay. So we don't want to worry about all those stuff right now. Just I am saying, if I am executing query, where I can check the output, I can check the output in the result tab, right? In the result grid, I can able to check the output. And how can you verify whether your query is successfully executed or not? Where we can verify? In the action output. If it is coming green color, that means your query syntax and everything is perfect. If it is not coming green color, red color, for example, let's say if I am writing show database, here itself it is complaining, right? Here itself it is complaining. So show database in the sense there is some syntax error here. Okay, even though I am just writing the query and I am executing. See what is the color it is coming? What is the color, guys? Here, look at this one. Show database, red color.
Red.
That means, and also we can clearly observe here what it is showing. So we have an error in SQL syntax. So the actual command is, what is that one? So show databases. So like this, we have to execute it. Okay, so let's jump into the details. So now we successfully connected to the server. That is great. So our things are becoming simple now. Once we connected to the server, so in database, what is the exact definition of database? In the starting session, I discussed it, right? What is the purpose of database? Database is mainly for storing and retrieving the data and all those stuff, right? But the practical definition of database is it is a collection of database objects. So database contains several objects. So to perform the operations, so some of the objects will be tables, views, synonyms. So indexes, so clusters, so stored procedures. What is that? Stored procedures and functions. So like that, so there are so many objects are there. As an SME, I am writing continuously. But mostly, if you want to store the data or retrieve the data, so most probably we are using what is that one? So the tables. Okay. So if you are working with MySQL or if you are working with Oracle or if you are working with some other database, the main object which you are working with is what is that one? So the table. Right? What is table? So generally in real life, it's a collection of what is that one? So rows and columns. So almost we are storing the data in the form of tables, especially if you are working with RDBMS. So relational database management system. But my question is, in MySQL or any database, what are the database servers nowadays available in the market? MySQL, SQL Server, Oracle, all these companies are providing so the databases, right? So if you are taking any relational database, we have tables. But all these tables belongs to what is that one? So one database, right? All these tables are present in one database. In MySQL, so first step is how to create the database we have to know. And this one is, especially this course is designed in such a way, we can get the assistance from what is that one? So Gen AI tools. Okay, first I will teach you how to create database and all. And after that, I will show you how ChatGPT is generating how to create database. So without database, is it possible to create table? Anyone, can you please tell me, answer this question. Without database, is it possible to create a table? No. First step, we have to create a database. Then what is the query? So the query for creating a database is, so create database. So database name. For example, let's say employee DB. Okay, so like that. So let's create this database then. So first, if I am executing show databases, is there any employee DB database is present here? No, right? So please make sure that the database is not present. So the next, press enter. And one more important point I want to tell you, if you are new, how to execute this query. So just select this query. So we have buttons, right? Execute the selected portion of the script. And another one is, you just place a cursor on the particular line. You just put a cursor on the particular line and you can just click on execute the statement under the keyboard cursor. Okay, so second button. So always best practice is you just select the query, whatever the query you want to execute, and just run it. That's all. Okay, so now I want to create a database. So generally, if you are working with any programming language, that might be SQL or Java or any language, we can write comments, right? Comments. What is the purpose of commenting? So comments are mainly for what is that one? So if any functional people are looking into your code, per suppose, functional people means they don't know what is the code we are written, right? They will just understand by you reading the English statements. Okay, in a company, there are some people are working functional side. Some people are working as developers. So the functional teams wants to understand the SQL query. So what we have to do, so just we are writing, so some comment for writing the query. So what is the comment? So create database employee DB. So this is just a comment. It is just for readability purpose, right? It is just for what is that one? So readability purpose. So now I am writing the actual query. So what is the query to create? So database. So the database name is what is that one? So employee DB. So this query is not giving any error, syntactical error. So just select this query and execute it. How to execute it? So just select that query and execute it, run it. So look at this. This query is successfully executed. So create database employee DB. So one row affected. So that means how can I check whether the database is created or not? So here look at this in the left side panel in the schemas. I cannot see employee DB. Just refresh it. Here we have refresh icon, right? So just refresh it. Look at this. I can see one employee database is getting created or not. Yes, one employee DB is successfully created. But I want to fetch the databases which are already present from the SQL query itself. I want to write an SQL query to fetch all the databases currently available in this server. What is the command? So you just select this show databases. So thanks to this SQL editor, we can write query once and we can able to execute many number of times. Okay, I already written previously, just I am executing that query. Now look at this. So it is listing my employee database or not? Yes, of course. It is listing my employee database. Don't write query many times repeatedly. Okay. So in Workbench, you just create the query once. And if you want to execute multiple times, so no worries, you just select that query and execute that query. That's enough. It is just displaying what is that one, so the employee DB like that. So we are currently in employee DB. I want to create a table in employee DB. So if you want to create an employee database, employee table, what is the syntax? So we have to follow. Just observe this. I want to simplify this one. If you are creating a table, say especially employee table. So first we have to identify the attributes for the employee table, right? It may be contact number. So there are many things. Okay, so if you are creating a table, so first we have to understand, so what are the attributes for suppose. So as discussed, this employee table, I want to ask you a few questions here for your understanding. So this one contains employee number, name, address, and email, and date of birth, all this stuff. So this one we can call it as, what is that one? So candidate keys. Candidate keys means these keys, these attributes can be used uniquely mainly for identifying a particular employee. I can identify, so based upon employee number, and also as well as I can identify based upon email, correct? One email will be allocated to one person only. The same email ID cannot be assigned to another person. Is there any other one? Might be if I'm adding contact number, or we can say so mobile number. So mobile number can be used for uniquely identifying that person. Yes. One mobile number will be allocated for only one employee. These are all we can call it as what is that one? So candidate keys. But from these candidate keys, of course, these are all unique. Unique in the sense, so these values are cannot be duplicated. Employee number cannot be duplicated. Email cannot be duplicated. Mobile number also cannot be duplicated. So in this also, let's think yourself. I need to identify so the primary identification key. This one we can call it as primary key. Of course, that is your wish. So in this, I am identifying always the primary key as IDs, right? Almost. These are all sortable. These are all candidate keys are sortable for identifying an employee because these are all unique values. But among those, we need to select only the particular one as primary one. Almost in every table, IDs will be customer ID or employee number. These are all things will be treating as what is that one. So the primary keys, right? So primary key is also a candidate key. There are multiple keys are there. Multiple candidate keys are those there. Among those, we are choosing only one key as what is that one? So primary key. So we can choose it as email as a primary key. We can choose it as mobile number also primary key. But according to your database design, almost we are choosing IDs. The ID number which we are allocating for the table, that one we are choosing as primary key. Correct? And another keys is alternate keys. Alternate keys. What are the alternate keys here? If you are choosing employee number as primary key, alternate keys is what are the other keys? Email. And what is that one? Mobile number. Of course, email and mobile number also can be used uniquely for identifying an employee. But that one, those are all not primary. The remaining, except primary key, remaining all we can use it as alternate keys. So we have to identify what is the primary key. There are so many keys are there, so many candidate keys we have. Among all those, which one is treating as primary key? Great. Now let's jump into this discussion. So I want to create an employee table. So I'm just writing comment. So create table. So employee having attributes, right? Having attributes. What are the attributes? Employee number. So comma name and address. What are the other columns? Email. Okay, initially I'm adding these attributes. So this is the actual query. So create table. The table name is employee and e number. So we have to understand so data types. So if you are specifying so anything, so every attribute is having some data type, right? Most commonly used data types in MySQL. For example, if it is a, so for suppose employee number, what is the data type we are using is int. Okay. If it is a name, we are using varchar. And we are specifying the size, varchar of size. So for example, so varchar of 100, like this. Either we can use varchar or char. So char of some 20 like that. I will tell you what is the difference. The major difference between the varchar and char is, for example, if I am assigning so the name whose data type is varchar of 100, but if I am storing name as Subbu, how many characters Subbu is having? Anyone could you please count it? 5, right? 5. But how much size I provided? 100. That means this name column should allow up to maximum of how many characters? How many characters? 100 characters.
100.
But if I am writing, so select, I am writing a query, so select length of name. So from employee, how many characters? What is the number I can get it? 5. Not 100. I am getting 5 because for Subbu, the name Subbu, it is giving just 5 characters. But what happens if I am giving same name data type as char of 100? So this char of 100 is mainly for representing fixed length string. What is that length string? Fixed length strings. So fixed length string means what? It will accept only fixed length. So for example, if I am saying, if I am storing Subbu here, even if I am writing a query, so select, so length of name from EMP. What happens means it will give 100. It is not giving 5 characters. But actual name length is how many characters we have. What happens means, even if you are giving so char of 100, this is the actual name, right? So Subbu. It will add some spaces. So 95 spaces. How many spaces? 95 spaces to this actual name. Why? Because this one allows only fixed length. Fixed length means what? So the actual length of that name is 100. You must provide 100 characters. Even if you are providing 5 characters, what happens? Remaining all the characters will be appended as spaces. That is the problem with what is that one? So fixed length strings. So generally in any databases, we have so 2 types of strings, right? So one is variable length strings. What is that one? So variable length, which we can call it as varchar. And another type of strings is what is that one? So fixed length strings. So this is char. If you are specifying so varchar of 100 and char of 100, what is the difference is, if you are specifying varchar of 100, so here we are just specifying so the maximum length as 100. Okay, so the maximum length is what is that one? So 100 characters. So we can put it any name, no issue in that particular column. For suppose if I am putting the name as Subbu, actually the name, the length of that one is 5 characters. Yes, it will take it as 5 characters only. But the maximum length, it cannot be exceeded more than 100 characters. But the same scenario in the case of char of 100. So what happens? This one is not variable length. What is that one? So fixed length. Fixed length means generally this one is used for such type of columns like married or unmarried. Right? So married or unmarried. Or martial status, we can say. So the column is what is that one? So martial status. So for martial status, it will allow only 1 character. So just I am putting 1, char of 1. So Y is treating as 1 character and N is treating as another character. For example, another scenario, if you are putting same name as char of 100, then what happens? If you are giving any name, for suppose, for example, if I am storing so the name Suresh, How many characters the Suresh is having? 6 characters, right? But how much size it will take?
100.
100. What happens to the magic behind the scenes is it is taking Suresh and it is appending 94 spaces in the ending. Even if you are giving Suresh, it is adding 94 spaces to that one. So total length of the string it will become 100 characters. It is always expecting fixed length strings like that. Okay. Next, another data type we have. What is that one? So date. What is the default format supported by the date in MySQL? The default format supported by the date is year.
Year, month, date.
Yes, year, month, day. And especially in the case of this date formats, hyphen we have to put it, right? Y hyphen mm td. This is the format. Okay, we have to put hyphen in between that one. So from database to database, what I am saying is this date format will be different. If you are going with Oracle, so might be the date format will be different. If you are working with MySQL, this is the date format. Even if you are working with PostgreSQL, this date format will be same. So we have to verify, we have to identify what is the default date format, right? What is the default date format supported by the particular database? Okay. Okay. So we understand some basic data types. Now let's create a table. So how to create a table? So create, so table name. What is the table name? Employee. Of what are the columns? Employee number. And whose type is, what is the type? Int. And this one is a primary key. Yes, this one is mainly for uniquely identifying the employee. So we can specify what is that one? So primary key. And also name. What is type?
Varchar.
So varchar of 100. And also address. And also here also we are keeping so varchar of some 200. And also email. So here also I am just specifying what is the data type.
Varchar.
Varchar of 100. So let me create this table. So practically you can able to understand. So let's execute this query. Create table employee number whose type is integer, and I am just putting what is that one. So primary key and name varchar of 100. I think could you please go on mute whenever we are answering, then only you can unmute, otherwise noise will come. So that is the problem. So varchar of 200. Another one is what is that one? So email, right? Varchar of some 300. Not required this much. You can give varchar of 30. That's all. Because mostly emails are having so 50 characters maximum. So this is the syntax. How can I execute this query? How can I execute? Select and execute. It is successful. So table is created successfully. But now tell me where it is created. Yes, I will share you the entire content. No worries. Just give me some time. Ramaya, please. Yes, I will do that one for you. But where this table is getting created? In which database?
Employee DB.
Employee database.
Very good. Milind, I think you are asking, so Email could contain numeric number? No. It's a varchar. It will allow what is that one? So alphanumeric. Alphanumeric means what? So for example, your email ID is bilin001 at the rate of gmail.com. Okay, might be something like that. So varchar in the sense it will support alphanumeric characters. No worries. It's not something we need to provide number. Number means what? Employee number, salary, these are all numbers, right? Okay, it will support alphanumeric characters. So table is created, but how can you check? So I'm just using, so how to describe a table?
Describe employee database.
So how to describe a table? So DSC or describe, we can use both. DSC, what is the table name? Employee. If I'm specifying describe employee, so it is describing the employee table with all the columns, right? What are the columns we have? Employee number, name, address, and also email. And it is showing what is that one. So key also, primary key. So for employee number, we assigned primary key. All those details we can able to see it. Okay, great. So you understand how to create a table. But let's start with like to understand. So this int is a data type actually, right? So we need to understand so something about what type of data we are storing, right? So if you are talking about data, data is in different forms, right? For example, let's say salary. So salary is in which format? Generally, the type of the data is numeric type, right? It will allow only what type of values? Numbers, numeric values. Okay, in the similar way, if you are taking name, it's a string type. String means what? So group of characters. So especially if it is a numeric type, so without decimal points, we are using what is the data type? Int. Int stands for integer. Okay. So we are telling explicitly salary is a column, salary is an attribute of employee table. Whose type is what is the type? It will allow only what type of values? Integer values.
Integers. Got it. Got it.
Yes. We understand. So what is primary key? So employee number and also email and mobile number. These are all used uniquely for identifying. But among those, we are choosing employee number, right, as a primary one. But try to understand. So what is the purpose of primary key? Oh, so we have a concept called as what is that one? So constraints. What is that concept? Constraints. So before going to constraints, let me talk about what is that one. So by using SQL, we are going to perform so different types of operations. So these operations can be categorized into different types of languages. One is called as DDL. DDL stands for what? Data definition language. I am coming from ground actually. So just we can observe. Just listen to me for 10 minutes. And after that DML. So data manipulation language. And also we can, another one is DRL. So data retrieval language. Okay, so we have some other languages also, but these three are more important. So first we are talking about what is that one? So DDL and DML. What is DDL actually? DDL stands for data definition and DML stands for data manipulation. But try to understand, if you want to understand these two concepts, first we have to understand what is data definition and what is data. Correct? We need to differentiate between data definition, right? So data definition versus data. So we need to understand these two. Let's assume that so we have a table per suppose. So it's an employee table, right? Which we created earlier, for example. This employee table contains some columns: employee number, name, address, and also email. And also there is some data which we inserted, for example. So one Suresh, address is USA, and some email, suresh@gmail.com. Okay, something like that. And two, John, UK. So john@gmail.com. Okay. So now we have to understand, so what is the difference between so data definition and data? So from this table. So if you are speaking about the data definition of this table, if you are speaking about the data definition of this table, so what is the table name? Data definition majorly tells about table name and columns. What are the columns? Employee number, name, address, and also as well as what is that one? So email. And also what is the data type will be assigned for this employee number? Integer. And what is the data type for name? Varchar. For address also varchar. For email also varchar. And also what are the constraints that are applied on the particular columns? We don't know about constraints, but we know only what is that one? So the primary key constraint. So these all details comes under what is that one? So data definition. So we can say data definition represents the schema of a table. Schema in the sense what exactly the table name and what are the columns present in the particular table and what is the type of that columns and what are the constraints that are applied on the columns. Okay, this is all representing what is that one? So data definition. This one we can call it as what is that? Metadata. Right? Metadata about a table. Metadata means what? So data about data, right? We have an employee table. If you want to get the metadata is nothing but what is the table name and what are the columns present in the table. We have an employee number, name, and address. And what are the data types associated with that particular column? And what are the constraints that are applied on the particular column? All these comes under what is that one? So data definition. Then what is data here? So data definition is this one. But data is nothing but the rows, right? So these are the rows which we inserted into this table, right? This is nothing but data. Okay. So the actual data which we inserted into the table, that is nothing but data. And data definition in the sense, this data is having some metadata, right? What exactly the table and what are the columns? What are the columns here? Employee number, name, and address, and email. And what is the data type of that column? What type of data that column will allow? All these comes under metadata. So we have two different languages, two different types of queries we are writing to differentiate between what is that one? So data definition and data manipulation. So first one is data definition language. Especially we can call it as DDL. In DDL we can able to perform create, alter, and also drop. These are the three operations which we are performing under DDL. What does it mean? So if you are talking about create, so create is mainly for creating any database object. So example, so creating a table. So alter means assume that the table is already existed for suppose. If you want to make some changes to the structure of the table, okay, if you want to make some changes, make changes to the definition, make changes to what is that one, so definition. What changes we can make it? So by using alter, we can rename column, we can rename column var constraint. If we are applying any constraint, so we can rename a column or constraint. And also we can add or drop, so column var constraint. And also we can change, so data type. If you want to change the data type or size of a column, so we can do that one. All these options comes under what is that one, so alter. That means we are just making some changes to the existing table, for suppose. The table is already present. If you want to change the data type, that one comes under alter operation. If you want to rename a column, unfortunately we provided wrong name. If you want to rename a column, that one is also comes under alter. And finally, another option is what is that one, so drop. What is that one, so drop. So drop is mainly for dropping a table. So dropping a table in the sense it is completely removing a table. Okay, so if you want to completely remove a table, we can use what is that one, so drop. So right now we performed only creating a table, correct? We know how to create a table. So I will just explain, so what is alter, how it works, just we can observe. So assume that so we have an employee table. So these are all the columns present in this employee table. So what are the columns? Employee number, so name, address, and sal. So these are the columns, and the employee number is a primary key. We have a separate discussion on primary key, no worries. But right now I'm not speaking too much about the primary key. Let's finish out this alter option. Okay, so this is my definition and this is the data. So one John and address is UK and some salary is some $3,000 or something, whatever it may be. And address 2 Adams and he is from USA, he is having some $4,000. Now my requirement is I want to change this name from sal to salary. Can you please tell me this one is comes under TDL or DML? So we are altering the table structure, correct? We are not working with data. We are working with what is that one? So the column name. You just want to rename this column. So the command is might be you can use alter table. What is the table we are altering? Employee, rename. So this rename is a keyword, especially I am highlighting. So rename column. What is the old column name? Sal. 2. What is the new column name? Salary. Okay, like that. And also in the similar way, I want to add an extra column. So adding an extra column, what we can say here, email. So the table already contains 4 columns. What are the columns? Employee number, name, address, and salary. I want to add an extra column. Can you please tell me, adding extra column comes under DDL or DML? I am not inserting data. Only column I am adding.
DDL, sir.
It comes under DDL, right?
Yes.
It's not DML. So please try to understand, Sayadi. DDL, correct. So if you want to add an extra column, so how can you add it? Alter. So table, employee, add. So we can specify, so what is the keyword? We are adding, what is that one? So column, open parenthesis, not required. So add column. What is the column name? Email. And what is data type? Varchar of 100, for suppose. So this is the way we can add a new column. So let's see all these things practically. So right now I am not touching the data. Try to understand. I am not working with data. Okay, I am just working with the table definition. So in this, if you are observing, I created a table. So if I am executing, so describe employee. What are the columns are there? Could you please look it and confirm? Employee number, name, address, and email, correct? So let's add another column. What is the column? I want to add it here. Salary. How can I add it? So that one comes under alteration, right? So alter table. So employee, add. So we are just using add column. So the syntax, add space column and column name. What is the column name? Sal. Whose type is, what is the type? Integer. So if I'm adding this column, so if I'm executing this query, this is successful. So after that, where we can check whether this column is added or not. What happened if you are using, if your question is, if I am just put add salary here and enter, if I'm again I'm executing this query, this one will work. This will fail. Why? So table is already created in my context. In such cases, we cannot recreate it again. So just we have to make some changes to the existing table. So by using alter option, alter table, employee, add column, salary of integer, like that.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So now the another question. But I unfortunately added sal. I just want to change this name of this one, name of this column from salary, sal to salary. Anyone, could you please guess it? It comes under alter. Yes. Alter table, employee. What is the command? So rename. So I am renaming a column. So old column name is sal. I am just changing that one to, what is that one? So salary. Right? I am just executing this query. It is successful. Where we can check it? How can you know whether this column name is getting changed or not? Describe employees. See, look at this. This name is got changed or not? This name is getting changed. Here we have to use, what is that one? So drop command. So drop column.
Column salary.
So drop column. What is that column? Salary, like that.
Salary.
So that one is getting dropped. How can you know? So describe employee. So salary is dropped, right? So now tell me, this table contains any data? No. This is just data definition. How to retrieve the data from this table? If I am writing select star from employee, okay, so employee is the table name. Select star from employee means this one does not contain any data. This one contains only, so it is displaying only column names, but it does not contain any data. So what is select query? This one comes under DDL or DML or DRL. This one comes under, what is that one? So data retrieval language. Only select command comes under data retrieval language. Just basic I am introducing. Now the question is, I want to insert the data into this table. Insert data into, what is the table? Employee table. So if you want to insert the data into this employee table, first we have to identify what are the columns present in this table, right? So for that one, what is the command we can execute? Describe employee. What are the columns are there?
Employee number, name, address, email.
Okay, total how many columns? 4 columns,
4.
correct? Employee number, name, address, and also email. There are many ways we can insert the data into a table. First one is inserting values into all the columns. For example, here I am writing like this. Insert into employee space values of. If you are using this syntax, we need to make sure that we have to insert the data for all the columns. For example, so 1 and John, and also as well as address. Address is USA, and also the email. So John at the rate of gmail.com or something. But try to understand here. If you are observing strings here, John is a string, USA is a string. It's not only, we cannot say a collection of alphabets, right? Group of characters. Character means that may be digit also. Especially in SQL, so this strings can be represented with strings and dates, especially string and also date can be represented with single quotations, not double quotes. But if you are from programming background, might be you can able to see strings can be represented with double quotations, right?
Yes.
In Java and other programming languages. But in SQL, so strings can be represented with what? Single quotes. So now if I am executing this query, so one record is inserted successfully. How can I verify it, whether this record is inserted or not? How can you verify it? You can retrieve the data, right?
Describe employee.
Not describing. So we have to select, we have to retrieve the data from employee table. See, one record we are getting or not. So try to understand, describing in the sense, we are just observing the columns. If you want to retrieve the data, so then what we have to do? We have to use select query. So select star from employee. Look at this, one record is successfully inserted. So let's insert second record. How to insert second record? So 2 and also Ram. So he is from Hyderabad. And also Ram at the rate of gmail.com for suppose. No. So now tell me how to execute this query. Just select this query and execute it. So now look at this. We have 2 records, right? We have 2 records. First one is one John USA and second one is Ram and also Hyderabad. So try to understand Now tell me, this insert command comes under DML or DRL? So
DML.
it comes under, what is that one? So DML. So we are working with data, right? Insert, update, delete. These are all comes under, what is that one? So DML. Select query comes under
DRL.
DRL. DRL stands for what? Data
Data retrieval.
language. Create alter drop. Create alter drop.
DDL.
It's under DDL. DDL stands for. So ChatGPT is saying, somebody is saying like ChatGPT select command comes under DML. It's not correct actually. Okay.
Okay.
So ChatGPT always, sometimes what happens if you are not asking properly, it is giving a hallucination, right? What is hallucination? So when if I'm asking when Narendra Modi last visited India, for suppose, or Hyderabad, and it is giving wrong answer. Okay, but always we have to trust on what is that one, so the documentation.
Okay.
Sometimes. So now we inserted this query, but try to understand the syntax. Okay. So now tell me, if I am trying to insert 3 values, then what happens? Like this: insert into employee, space values of, I am inserting third record. Of course, third record is Ross. He is from Chennai. But what happened means I am not inserting value for the email ID. Is it possible to with this approach? No. Why? The table contains, what is that one? So 4 columns. Correct? If table contains 4 columns, but you have to insert, you are inserting only for, what is that one? So 3 columns. It will automatically giving an error. So look at this. If I am trying to execute this query, so it is giving an error. So we are inserted only 3 values, but actual values required is how many values? 4 values. So in such cases, what we have to do explicitly, we have to put it, what is that one? So null. I am not going to, I don't know the name of email of the particular employee Raz. That's why we are putting it like this. Yes, Priyanka Patil, might be you're asking some question to me. If there are thousands of records, how to process it? Great question. In real time, this data will be generated. You are not supposed to insert the data and all those stuff. During the training only, you are getting a chance to insert the data, to understand the insert query and all. But mostly we are writing select queries as a data analyst. Understand? The data is already there in the databases in real time. Only we have to fetch whatever the records we are expecting based upon some criteria and all. But as a part of the training, what we are doing, because if you are talking about the data, already systems are already built. Okay, some data we are getting from sensors. If you are taking a travel company, for suppose, every 5 minutes they are tracking their trucks, right? Through sensors and all. They are keeping some sensors in the truck. That sensor is sending some data. That data is transformed and it is stored in a table based upon the timestamp. In the similar way, so data is generated from, if you are booking an appointment in the somewhere, hospital or somewhere, you are just visiting the front office and you are submitting your details. Automatically data will be generated. So we are not data generator. Data is already there in their databases. What is your job? Mostly we are writing these queries. What is that one? Select queries. We need to fetch the data based upon the requirement. We don't want to generate the data. But as a part of the training, our job is how to create table, how to insert the data and how to update the data. All these stuff will teach you. But in real time, we are not going to generate the data. Even if we are having millions of records, all those records will be generated from applications only. Correct, right? If we, even if I'm morning, I visited some hospital for suppose to check my cold and throat problem. What happened? So I just visited a hospital. So automatically they made some entry in the system. Automatically my data record is getting created, right? Data is inserted in the database. My data is available in their hospital database. I am not creating any SQL query to insert the data, right? Like that. Okay. So if you want to insert so all the values, just execute this query. How to retrieve the data from the table? What is the command?
Select.
See, look at this. This email contains what is the value? Null value. Employee set. What is that one? So email equals to ras something at the rate of gmail.com, where we can specify the condition. What is the employee number of ras? So there is no need of update table. So just update employee. That's all. Okay, update table name. So you can just execute this query. It is successfully executed. How can you check it? Okay, automatically that particular row is getting updated, right? This is your question, correct? Okay, so the today topic is what is that one? So constraints. All of you know how to create a table. So how to create a table? All of you know.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you know all of how to create a table. But today we are adding some additional concept called as what is that one? So constraints. What is that? So constraints. Before going to the constraints, I am just creating an employee table. What is the query for creating an employee table? Create table, employee, employee number, and whose type is integer. And what is the constraint we applied actually?
Primary key.
And also name. So varchar of 100. And also something like address, whatever the columns if you want to specify. This address is also so varchar of 100. So now my question is, what are constraints? So if you are speaking about the constraint, so constraint is nothing but a rule or regulation. Okay, so that is applied on the columns. A rule or regulation that is applied on what is that one? So the columns of a table. What type of rules might be you can apply? So we have so constraint means what? So rule or regulation. So every database, even if you are speaking with Oracle or MySQL or DB2 or any database, almost all the databases are providing some predefined constraints, predefined rules while inserting the data into a table. What are those predefined rules actually? The first constraint is unique constraint. Unique means what? So it does not allow duplicate values, right? Unique means it does not allow what type of values? Duplicate values. So for example, assume that you have a table. So for example, if you are having an employee table, in this employee table, if you are having employee number, name, and also email. So for this email, if I am assigning so email and also as well as some other columns like address. So for this name, if I am assigning unique constraint. So what happens? This name cannot accept duplicate values, right? So for example, one Subbu and also email is subbu@gmail.com something, and address is so Chennai. In the similar way, if you are repeating the same record, so again if you are repeating the same name, it will accept. Can you please tell me why? Because this one is allowing only unique values. Unique means what? It does not allow duplicate values, right? The particular column is not accepting duplicate value. In this case, so this particular value cannot be accepted here as a second record. It is automatically constraint violation. It comes under constraint violation. Violation means what? We already assigned unique constraint on the particular column and name, but we are trying to insert duplicate value. What happens if we are trying to insert duplicate value? Of course, ultimately we are getting an error. So especially the error is stating that unique constraint is violated. Unique means what? It does not allow duplicate values. And another constraint, what is that constraint? Employee number, we can assign unique constraint.
Email address.
Email, all these things, we can apply unique constraint. And also another type of constraint. So it is called as not null. So not null means what? It does not allow null values. So null values. So null means nothing will be there, right? Null is not equals to space. For example, if you are giving space character for suppose, so null is not equals to space. So null is not equals to null. Generally in any database, null is not equals to null and null is not equals to space. That means what I am saying is one row contains null value that is not equivalent to another row null value. Okay, like that. Null is not equals to space. Even if you are giving some space character, that is not null value. Okay, so from database to database, this meaning is getting changed. What happens if you are assigning null value? For example, here if I am specifying employee number, name and address. So for this name, if I am assigning not null, is it possible to insert null value here? No.
No.
It does not accept null value. Okay, so let's assume that. So I have a table, right? I want to insert unique and also not null for suppose. For example, I am having a table. So employee number and name and address. But what I am expecting here is for this name, I want to make sure that this one does not accept duplicate values and also null values. What are the two constraints I have to assign? Unique and also as well as not null, correct? Yes, this one does not accept duplicate values and also does not accept null values. So in such cases, we can go with what is that one? So the primary key. What is that? So primary key. So what is primary key actually? So primary key is mainly for uniquely identifying a particular record in a table. And primary key means what? It does not accept duplicate values and it does not accept null values. Can you please tell me, in a table there are several candidate keys we have. So for example, in the previous session I discussed about in employee table, what are the candidate keys? Could you please, anyone could you please guess it? Employee number, email. Okay, these are all candidate keys, right? But among those, only one key we are selecting as a primary key. What is that? So the employee number should not accept duplicate values and also null values. So we are specifying so employee number, name, address and also as well as so email. So your email is unique. And also what is that? So this employee number should be, what is that one? So the primary key. Why I am specifying so primary key? Is it possible to create more than one primary key in a single table? No, one table contains only one primary key, correct? So one table contains one primary key. So this primary key, what is the purpose of primary key? This one is acting as an identity, right? This one is acting as an identity to identify the particular record. So try to understand. And also some other important points we have to remember while working with these primary keys is always foreign keys. Okay, so foreign keys in another table always references so primary keys. So references what type of keys? Primary keys. So always if you are designing a database, we need to make sure that so some other table, if you are working in a relational relationships, always foreign keys referencing the primary keys. We'll see that part also. What is foreign key? How it affect? How it is referencing the primary keys? But as of now, we need to understand what is the main purpose of primary key. In a table, there are several candidate keys we have. Candidate keys are mainly for uniquely identifying a particular record. But in that candidate keys also, we have to identify only one key. That one is called as primary key. So that primary key can be used mainly for uniquely identifying a particular record. Okay, so another type of key is check constraint. What is the constraint name? Check. So check constraint. So if you want to apply any condition, per suppose, if you want to apply any criteria or condition while inserting the data in a table, then we can go for check constraint. For example, let's say if I am having an employee table, similar way, employee number, name, address, and salary. But on the salary column, might be I am writing some check constraint. So what is the constraint I've written? So salary between $1,000 and $5,000. If I am writing the query like this, what is the meaning of that one? Explicitly I am assigning some constraint on the particular column, right? On the salary column, explicitly I am assigning some rule. What is the rule? So it will allow only the salary between $1,000 and $5,000. $1,000 and $5,000. So for suppose if you are trying to insert $10,000, it will accept? No, it will not accept because already some check constraint is assigned on the particular column. Okay, so it will allow only the salaries which is ranging from $1,000 and $5,000 only, $1,000 and $5,000 only. In the similar way, if you are writing a check constraint, so name, must starts with some S character, per suppose. If you are writing a constraint like that, so what happens? So the name column should allow only the values whose name is starting with only the character S. Okay, other than that character, for example, if I am providing the name, if I am trying to insert name Adams, it will accept this is a valid value. No, this is not valid. So if you want to apply some condition or criteria on the particular column, so then we can go for what type of constraint? A check constraint. So I discussed about these constraints, right? First one is, what is that one? Unique constraint. And next one is not null. And next one is, tell me, what is the next one?
Primary key.
Primary key. And next one is
Foreign key.
Check.
foreign key. Still I am not discussed. Okay, I will go in a different path. Okay, so check constraint.
Check constraint.
Try to understand here. If you are applying a constraint on a particular column, okay, so first what I am doing is I am creating, so I am just dropping this employee table. We have already some tables which are already present. Let me implement this part practically. So I am just choosing so another SQL file. I am just closing this SQL file. So create new SQL file. So already we have employee DB which is already present. How can you check it? How can I check it? How can I know whether the database is present or not? What is the command?
Show database.
Show databases, not database. What is that one? Show
Database.
databases to see all the databases, correct? So look at this. It is displaying so all the databases, customer DB, employee DB, and all those stuff. Okay. So now I have to use this employee DB. So how can I switch to the employee DB? What is the command?
Employee.
Use employee DB. So if I am writing use employee DB, so then automatically it is switching to that particular employee database. Okay, great. Now I want to see all the tables present in this employee DB. Okay, what is the command? So I want to see all tables, not databases, all tables in DB. Okay, show tables for suppose. If I am executing command show tables, what happens? It is displaying so all the tables present in this employee DB. What is the table is present already?
Employee.
Employee table. So I want to drop this table. I just want to drop it because I need to check my constraints, right? So I want to, this is a comment line, right? Hyphen represents what is that one? So the comment line. I want to drop this table. What is the command? So drop table. What is the table name?
Employee. DB.
Not DB, right? Table DB is different. DB is different. Table is different. Okay. So if I am writing so drop table employee, so automatically the table is getting dropped. How can you know the table is dropped or not? It is successfully executed, but if you want to see show tables,
Show table.
there is no table is present in this employee table, employee database, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Describing in the sense, describing is a description. It is providing the description of a table. If the table is present, it is providing description. For example, if I am executing command, describe employee, first employee table is present? No, right?
No.
It will give you an error. What it is showing? Table employee
Table
DB
does
dot
not exist.
does not exist. So we have to check the error. Okay, the employee table is not existed like that. Okay, great. Now what we have to do? I need to create an employee table, correct? How to create it? So create. Okay, I am just specifying some comment here. So create employee table with the employee number. What is the for the employee number? What is the key I am assigning?
Primary.
Primary key. No, don't think about foreign key now. What is that one? So primary key. Why I am assigning for employee number primary key? Anyone can you please tell me?
Unique identifier.
It's unique.
No, unique is different. Primary key is different. Correct? As discussed, unique means what? It does not allow duplicate values, right?
Yes, correct.
So what is primary key then? Primary key means what? Unique plus not null.
Not null.
It does not allow duplicate values. It does not allow values. Is it possible to create multiple primary keys in a single table? No.
No.
Always we can create only one primary key, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So let's create a table. So create table employee.
So for employee number, what is the data type? Integer.
Yeah.
And what is the key I am assigning here? Primary key.
Primary key.
What is the next step? Next we have to specify name.
Name. Email ID.
See, here
Address.
the thing is name. If you are talking about name cannot be null. Correct? So what is the constraint we can assign it for name? So
Var.
not null, right? First. So this is varchar is a data type. And also we can specify what is the constraint?
Not null.
Not null. If you are assigning not null, what is the meaning of that one? That particular column and name, it does not accept null values.
Null values.
Yes. Okay. And also address. So assume that address also must be required for suppose. Must be required means compulsory the particular person must have address. In such cases, we have to specify here also
Not null.
Not null.
not null. And also another one email. So email is varchar of some 30. Email should be unique, right, for every person. Is it correct?
Yes.
The same email cannot be assigned to the another person. So this one, what is the constraint can I assign here?
Unique.
Unique. Okay. So the table is created successfully. So how can you get the description of this table? What is the command? Describe employee. Okay, I am executing this describe employee command. Look at this. Here is displaying table description which contains employee number, name, address and also email. Correct? So for employee number, what is the key is assigned here? Primary key. For an email, unique. UNI stands for what? Unique constraint. What about name and address? It will accept null values? No.
No.
Why it is showing no? Because we provided what is the constraint here?
Not null.
Not null. Okay. Everything successfully created table. So now try to insert the data into this table. So inserting data into employee table. Right? Inserting data into what is the table?
Employee table.
What are the ways? First approach. So this is the first approach. In the first approach, you must insert the values for all the columns of a table. So what is the way? So if I am writing insert into employee, space values of, so employee number is 1 and name is Subbu and address is Hyderabad. So why I am putting in single quotations? Why I can't use double quotations? Please remember, in SQL especially, okay, it's not C language or Java, right? In C language or C++ or Java, we are writing strings in double quotations. But in SQL, so we must write it within the
Single quotation.
single quotations. And also as well as another value I need to supply it here, address and also email, right? So this one also should be within the single quotations like that. So let's execute this query. So it is successfully inserted or not? How can you know whether it is successfully inserted or not?
Green color.
Green color, okay. What is the message we are getting? One row?
Affected.
Want to see, look into the table. What is the query we have to execute?
Show.
Start from employee.
So what is that one? So select or from employee. So another record I am inserting for suppose. So USA. So John@gmail.com for suppose.
So if I'm trying to execute this query, this record is successfully inserted. It will insert successfully. Yes. Because this employee number key is not duplicated, right? For suppose if I am putting 1 here again,
It is
now
duplicate.
if I am executing, it will allow?
No,
No.
no.
Why? Why? What is the reason?
Duplicate.
Employee number I assign primary key.
Primary
Primary
key.
key means what? What is primary
No,
key? Primary key means
no,
unique plus
Number.
no
not
duplicate,
null.
no not
null.
valid.
So if I am trying to execute, what is the error I am getting?
Duplicate.
Duplicate.
Entry. So that's why it does not allow duplicate values. Okay. Now tell me if I am providing same Gmail ID for this. Is it possible to assign same Gmail for this John also?
No, no.
No,
Why?
because of unique constraints.
Because of unique constraint. So automatically unique constraint is getting violated here. Look at this. Subbu@gmail.com. Will not allow. Okay, now tell me. So if I am writing John here, so john@gmail.com, is it possible to insert null value here?
It
So what
will
is
give
primary
error.
key? So what is primary
Not
key?
null.
Not
Yeah,
null.
primary key means what? Unique plus
Not
not
null.
null.
Not
It does not accept duplicate values, and also it does not accept
null.
null. So if I am trying to execute this one, we are getting an error. So we are getting an error. What is that one? So employee number cannot be null. So it does not accept duplicate values. It does not accept null values.
Null values.
So what about name? But suppose can I insert name as null? We have applied not null condition. These are all things we have to remember. Why this record is not getting accepted? So if I am executing, so I am getting an error. So that's why the name should be not null. So you must provide the name. So what I am doing here is I am just putting some name here. So Subbu and also John. Okay, so now this record is correct record. We can able to insert it, right? Yes. So now we can run successfully. One row is inserted. Tell me how to fetch the data.
Select star.
Select star from employee. So now we are creating table, right? Database is already created. So just select that query. First, before executing the query, first we have to understand the query. So for employee number, what is the key assigned actually? Primary key, right? Why we are assigning primary key for that one?
Because it is unique, sir.
Unique, and also it does not accept null values. For example, you are having Excel sheet, for example. In Excel sheet, employee number column, you need to make sure that should be unique. It does not allow duplicate values, and also it does not allow null values.
Null values.
In the similar way, for name also, we specified what is the constraint. Not null.
Not null. Yes.
So that means what does it mean? It does not accept
Duplicate.
null values, not duplicates.
Null values.
Unique is different, not null is different. So like that we assigned all the constraints. So just select that query and execute it. What happened? You are getting error. So read that error first. What is that it is showing? Table employee.
Table already exists, sir.
So what we have to do first, if you want to drop the table, right? Already existing table. What is the query we have to write it? Drop table. Just write it after that line. Drop table. Employee. Space employee. Yeah. Employee, not employee DB. Employee. So put semicolon. Select that query and execute it. So existing table is dropped. Dropped means no table is present. How can you check whether the tables are present or not? What are the tables are present? No, not that command. Show tables.
Not show databases. We are executing show databases. We are executing, we have to execute show tables in the bottom line number 16, right? Okay, there are no tables. Now we can create table. What is the query we have to execute? Create. Don't write it, already query is there, right? Create table query. Line number 10. Just select that entire query and execute that query. So now we can check table is created, right?
Last one.
How can you say table is created? What is the query we have to execute? How can you say whether the table is created? Show tables, yes. That logic we have to identify, Jagadish, actually. Okay. So next, if you want to retrieve the data from tables, select star from employee. There are no records right now. And the next part is what is that one? So the foreign key. So we have, so all of you are having passports. Most of the people, so nowadays are having passport, correct? So if you are talking about, so the relationships. So one table is related with another table. So there are different types of relationships we have. First one is, so one-to-one relationship. And another one is, what is that one? So one-to-many, or are inversely, so many-to-one. And another type of relationship is, what is that one? So many-to-many. Okay, so these are also different types of relationships. So we have one-to-one relationship and also one-to-many relationship or many-to-one and also many-to-many relationship. So first let me explain with one-to-one relationship. Can you please tell me one scenario? Like I am giving a scenario here, employee and passport. What is the relationship between these two entities? One employee is having only
One person.
One.
one passport. So is it possible? So one employee is having multiple passports? No.
No.
Or otherwise, so let's take this is not an employee. So we can take this one as, what is that one? So student. So this is one-to-one. Okay, so assume that so we have student entity. So student table and passport table. So this passport table contains what are the columns? Passport ID. And every passport is having so the passport number, right? And also something like expiry date. Can you please tell me what is the primary key in this passport table? Of course, the passport number, you can take it as a primary key. Why unnecessarily I provided an extra column here, passport ID? It's not required, right? So if I am putting passport ID, then you can consider this one as, what is that one? So primary key column. So this is called as passport number is alternate key. In the similar way, in the student table, if you are talking about, in the student table, so we have student ID and student name and also student location. So this is the student table. So can you please tell me what is the primary key for student table? So now student, so name is Subbu, his location is Chennai. So this passport is attached to this particular person, for suppose Subbu. How can you attach this particular passport to this person? In such cases, what we have to do here is, we have to specify here, what is that one? So the passport ID. So this passport ID is acting as foreign key. So this foreign key is a reference. So this reference refers to what is that one? So this passport record. So what is the passport ID value here? What is the value? 1. So that means Subbu is having, so the passport ID 1. That means that is referring to this record. What is that one? So the passport ID 1. In the similar way, so we have so the second passport ID. So this one is some other passport number, something like this. So John, he belongs to USA and his passport ID is 2. These two records are getting mapped, right? So what is the purpose of this foreign key? What I am saying is foreign key is acting as a reference. Okay, so in one table we are providing the reference to the another table. So this 2 is a record, this one is matching with what is that one, so the passport ID 2. But why this one comes under one-to-one mapping? One record of student table is associated with another record of passport table. Say yes or no. Or suppose if I am providing 1 here, this one works. Is it one-to-one relationship?
No,
No,
it
right?
will not work.
It will not work. But please make sure that if in the case of one-to-one, what happens, one record of one table must be associated with what is that one, so one record of another table. One record of one entity is associated with another record of one entity. So for example, one student is having one passport. Subbu is having only one passport. John is also having their own one passport. It's not one to many. It is one to one relationship like that. For this we are using so these foreign keys. So here passport ID is called as what is that one? So the foreign key. Okay, in student table we are having passport ID. This one is called as what is that one? So the foreign key. This foreign key is referencing what is that one? So the primary key, right? So one important point I am noting here. So always foreign keys. So always foreign keys are references. So primary keys. So can you please guess it? What is the foreign key column here in student table? This PID is the foreign key column. One extra column we provided. And that one is referencing what is the primary key column? In the passport table,
PID.
PID is the primary key column. So if we are storing the data in two different tables, and we have to identify the relationship between the tables first. That is the important thing. Once you identified the relationship between the tables, if it is one-to-one mapping, for suppose it is a one-to-one relationship or something, so we have to specify so the foreign key in one table. So that foreign key always references what is that one? So the primary key of another table. This is called as one-to-one mapping. Is it clear, all of you? So the student ID is acting as an identity for identifying student record, right? What is the primary key for student? Always student ID. Understand? In passport table, what is the column which we are using for identifying uniquely passport? Passport ID. So your question is, in student table I can put primary key passport ID, it does not work. Correct? Because student table contains student records. Student ID only can be used for accessing student records. But if you want to relate these two tables, what we have to do, we need to add an extra column. So what is the extra column? So passport ID, this one is acting as a reference. For example, let's say if you are applying for a job in another company, your friend is working in some other Microsoft. Okay, so you are asking your friend to refer to that job. What is reference? You are not having so direct contact with Microsoft, right? You are referencing through your friend. Your friend is acting as a reference to refer to jump into what is that one? So Microsoft.
What does it mean? Here, so this passport ID, this one is acting as what is that one? So the foreign key. One extra column we are keeping in the student table, which is nothing but passport ID. This one is acting as foreign key column. This one is referring to the primary key. What is that primary key? Passport ID. So in this extra column, so if you are specifying same passport number 1, that means Subbu is having a passport whose passport details are present in the passport table. These are the details like this.
Hmm.
Here also the passport ID of John is 2. That means the passport details are not present in student table. The passport details are present in passport table. But still we provide the reference here. What is the reference? So the passport ID. So with the help of that passport ID reference, with the help of that foreign key, we can reference what is the one, so the passport records like that. So one-to-many relationship. Anyone, can you please give me one example for one-to-many relationship with respect to student? Student is one entity. Okay, I agree. So, and if you are speaking about departments, so the same department contains many students, right? That is not one to many, correct? Many students belongs to many departments. That is many to many. If you are speaking about, so somebody told you, so department. Okay, so the relationship between the student and department, if you are speaking about, so let's think yourself. We are all students. For example, I am a student working. I'm a student belongs to some data analyst department, per suppose. Might be there are many students belongs to the data analyst department, but the same data analyst the department contains some other students also, right, which is belongs to some other criteria. So in such cases this one is not recommended, correct? So student and department, it is not one to many, it's many to many. No, let's think about, so student and department, if you are talking about, so we have so multiple students belongs to one department. Okay, fine. What about so the same department? So the people who are working in same department maybe belongs to some other domain also. Okay, that's not possible. Okay, we can consider this one as what is that one? So one to many. So one department contains what is that one? So many students. So in such cases, what we have to check? So one department contains many students, but the same student cannot belongs to another department, right? So try to understand. So two scenarios here, two conditions. What is the first condition? One department contain the same student. One student cannot belongs to many departments. Okay, this is the criteria needs to be satisfied. In such cases, we can go with what is that one? So one to many relationship. Okay, in the case of tables, we can try to understand. So this one is in a department table or student table, per suppose. What are the fields present in the student table? Student ID, name, address, and also this is in a department table. So try to understand. So department table contains only department details, correct? Department name and location. So in such cases, in student table, what is the primary key? Where we can put the primary key? Where we can put the foreign key here? This is one to many. First of all, could you please confirm this is one to many relationship? What is the relationship between department and student? But in such cases, you have to understand, so where we can put the foreign key. Always foreign key should be, we can keep it in many side actually. What is the many side here?
Department.
Student.
See,
Sorry,
many side
sorry,
means
sir.
what? Students,
Student, yeah.
student, right? In student table, we have to keep it, what is that one? So department
ID.
ID or number, per suppose. The column name is up to you. So this department number, we are keeping it as, what is that one? So this one as foreign key. So this foreign key always references which column? Department table, department ID. So already I discussed it, right? So foreign key always references what is the key. Student table department number, this one is a foreign key. This one is going to reference to the primary key. So department ID, which we can call it as, what is that one? So the primary key, like that. That's not a problem. But only the thing is, for example, so if you are having, so department number 10, department name is something, so Java department, and location is Hyderabad. So there are two employees belongs to same department. For example, so one Subbu and address is so Chennai and department number is 10. And also one, two Ram, he belongs to so Hyderabad. His department number is 10. So but with these two are referring to the same record, right? So these two students belongs to so same department, Java department, like that. So try to understand, if you are using foreign key, the column name should not be same. Foreign key name and primary key name should not be matched. Should be matched or should not be matched, then there is no issue at all. Only the thing is the data should be matched. So we have 10 here. That means what is the meaning of that one? So Subbu is belongs to Subbu and Ram, both are belongs to so the department ID 10. So in the converse, okay, in the converse, might be if you are talking about this one-to-many relationship, right? In the reverse way, we can check it. What is the reverse way? One department contains many students. For example, if you are taking department number 10, how many students are there in this scenario? Two students.
Two students.
So reverse way, we can check it out. Means it is many to one, right? That means many students belongs to one department.
One department.
What is the key rule we satisfied here? What is the key rule we have to make sure that? Always many side we have to specify the foreign key. Okay. So what is the many side? So many side we can keep so foreign key, like that. So what is the many side here? Student side, right? In student side, so we are just keeping the foreign key, like that. So that is the one rule of thumb we have to follow. So generally, if you are working with relationship, we have to follow the some rules. What are the rules? So one department contains many students, and many students belongs to the particular department. In such cases, always many side, it is a best practice to keep the foreign key, like that. Okay, let's create student table and also department table, because department is not having foreign keys, right? So that's why first step is, what is that one? So we can create, what is the table? So department. So this one is having so department ID, whose type is, what is that one? So integer, and this one is a primary key, and also department name. So varchar of 100. And what are the other fields? Location, right? So location varchar of 100. So that is sufficient. This one will create, what is that one? So department table. Let me execute this query.
Yeah. So department table is created. See, the department table is created successfully. So I want to describe the table. What is the command? So describe the
Department.
EPT. So this one is describing the table. What are the columns are there? Department ID,
ID, name,
name, and
location.
location. Okay, great. Now the next step. We have to create a student
Insert.
table that refers to the department table. What are the columns we have in student table? Let's look into this table. What are the columns present in student table?
ID, name, address.
Oh, you are missing another column, especially specific column, department number.
College.
So create table. What is the table name? Student and student number, whose type is integer, and this one is going to be what type of key? Primary key. Name, varchar of 100, and also address, varchar of 100. But here, one more extra column we need to keep it. What is that extra column? Whose type is what type? Integer type.
Integer type.
So here we can make use of what is the keyword references. If you want to specify the foreign key, we can specify one keyword called as what is that keyword? References. This column is referencing which table, which column? Is referencing department table, right?
Department. Yes.
Column name.
Okay.
So we already created this table already. Department table is already created. Department table contains what is the column name? What are the two tables? Department table and also student table. And also especially this is one to many. In such cases, in student table we specify one extra column. What is the column?
Department number.
Department number.
Department number.
Department number.
Department number is referencing which table? Primary key.
Department table primary.
Department ID.
Now tell me, these two column names are same?
No, sir.
No, no.
Oh, no.
Okay. So this understanding is super important. You can just execute that query. We have passport table and also student table. We need to specify so one-to-one relationship between these tables. First complete the task and let me know. So how you have specified foreign key. And let's apply. So we can create another table called as passport and student. We have to work on this scenario for suppose. So existing task you completed, right?
Yes.
If you want to complete this task, what we have to do? You have to drop the table again, correct? I am just taking to the next level. Can you please tell me, I want to create this scenario. So we have student table and passport table. I want to provide the relationship between the student table and passport table. So what I am expecting here is, I just want to drop this, what table I have to create first? Can you please tell me in this case? Student table already created, right? Okay, so let's create passport table first. I am not modifying the existing table. I just want to drop student table and again I have to recreate it. So create. I am expecting your intervention here. Okay, create table. So passport. What are the columns?
Primary key.
Passport ID, integer primary key, passport number.
Passport number.
Passport
Varchar.
number
100.
and also expiry date.
Expiry date.
It's a date type.
Date type.
Okay.
Let's execute this query. It's created. So, but if I want to create student table, what is the problem? Already student table is already present.
Yes.
So that's why I'm just changing the name. Another name, student one. Okay, might be you are asking me question. So, Subbu, why you are changing this name? You can modify the existing table itself, right? I will tell you. I will come to that one in the next week. Okay. But here, so we have so student one table. What are the columns? Student ID, whose type is integer, and this one is what type of key?
Primary key.
Primary key.
And also,
Name. Varchar 100.
100.
very good. Okay.
Address.
Address,
Address.
Varchar 100.
500. Might be address will be lengthy, right? So the student contains passport ID. So passport ID, integer. So references.
References.
So what is the table?
Passport.
Passport.
Of what is the primary key
PID.
column?
PID. Yes.
PID. So that's all. So I just execute this one. At that situation, passport ID is not required, right? Got it?
No, sir.
If you are specifying passport number as unique, correct?
Yes.
In such cases, what is the purpose of keeping what is that one? So the passport ID. PID is not required. At that situation, you just remove the passport ID and passport number, you can create it as primary key. Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's think about, so we have, so if you are designing a database, for suppose, what are the entities, for example, so if you are taking an e-commerce application, so e-commerce application, so what are the entities will be there? Basic e-commerce, which contains product, right? Product table. So e-commerce means what? Amazon, Flipkart. So these are all e-commerce websites. Can you please tell me some of the details? So we have product table which contains what are the fields? Product ID, name,
Price.
any other details? So if you are speaking about category, great. So this category I am keeping in what is that one? So separate table called as category. So this one contains category ID and category name. So some category ID and category name, that is sufficient. So here I am putting it as in product table. What is the primary key?
Product ID.
In category table, what is the primary key?
Product ID.
Category ID.
Category ID.
Okay. So now I have to link these tables. What is the relationship between this? In
Yeah.
many side we have to keep
Yeah.
what is that one? So foreign key, right? It is one to many.
Yeah, correct.
One category contains what is that one? So many products. So this category ID is what is that one? Foreign key.
Foreign key.
So this one refers to, tell me guys, this one refers to following up with me. So let's create these tables quickly. Let me know. So many products belongs to one category. One category contains what is that one? Many products. Here I am writing. First I am creating category table here. So how I am creating category table? So create table. So category of category ID, whose type is what is that one? So integer. And it should be what type of key? Primary key. And also category name, whose type is So varchar of 100. Whether the table is created or not. How can you verify whether the table is created or not? What is the command?
Show tables.
Created. Next step is, so we have to create a product table. So product ID whose type is integer, and also it should be and also price. So whose type is integer, and now this product belongs to the particular category. So here I am specifying one extra column called as category underscore ID whose type is integer. Here what is the keyword we have to specify?
References.
References. Which table?
Category.
So we have to specify category of
CID.
Very good. So CID is the column which is primary key. So here what is the foreign key here? For ID, this one is the foreign key. And what is the primary key here? CID. This one is called as primary key. That understanding is super important. Yes. Once you completed, so please let me know. Comfortable with these basics. Then after that, these queries and all, you are not supposed to write it. All these queries will be generated by using generative AI. So what is the issue is, okay, first look into the issue. We are not closer to one extra bracket actually. Create table category.
Okay.
Okay, that is the one issue. Wait. Show tables. You specified show table. That is the problem. And also another problem, still this query is not completed yet. Don't write all the queries once. Okay, so that is my intention. First we can write one query and make sure that that query is successfully executed like that.
Okay. Understood.
It is created. Show tables, you can check the table is created or not.
Table is created.
Yeah. So the next step is, once the table is created, then only you can provide the reference to that table, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Product.
Product ID integer, primary key, product name varchar of 100, and price. And next one is, what is that one? So int comma. After that we have to put comma, right? CID comma you kept. Remove that one. CID. CID means what? So that is not CID, right? What is that one? So it's category ID. Okay. So CID int space int. What is the data type for CID? Int. It is referencing. So you have to put references. Already you written. References space. Which table it is referring? Category of CID. You see, you are directly putting CID. So which table? It is present in which table? Category table, right? You have to type it category. Category within the open parenthesis. You have to put CID. And a closing bracket. And put semicolon. It's not completed. One more bracket, we need to close it, I think.
Done.
Okay. You can just run this query. I hope you understand. So what we done? It's a many to many. Let me complete this many to many. Can you please tell me what is the relationship between the student and courses? Many students can register for many courses. Okay, you are all students. You registered for business analyst program. Might be you registered for some Gen AI course also, right? Correct?
Yes.
So the relationship between here is many to many. One student can register for many courses, and the same course is registered by
Very student.
many students. What we have to understand at what type of situations we can go for many to many relationship. One side, one to many, correct? So one student. So what we can say here, one student registered for, tell me, registered for
Many course.
many courses. In the similar way,
Many courses.
reverse, in the reverse process, one course is registered by
Many
Many
students.
students.
customer and product. So customer and product means one product will be purchased by many customers. Same customer can purchase
Many.
many products. So try to understand in the case of many to many relationship. So assume that in this scenario, so we have student table, and also another table is what? Course table. In student table we have so some column on student ID, and in course table, in the case of one to one and one to many, what we did actually, in one to many we specified many side we added foreign key. But in the case of many to many relationship, what happens means, what strategy we have to follow? So the strategy we have to follow here is, we have to create, what is that one? So separate table. So this one we can call it as junction table. So this table is student underscore course table. In student underscore course table, we are specifying so two foreign keys. One is student ID. So these two are, this is a foreign key. So this foreign key is referring to student ID, and this course ID foreign key, this one is referring to course ID. For example, assume that we have a student. So name is Subbu, whose address is Hyderabad. And also the course ID, it's like SQL, and duration is some, so 4 days, 4 days per suppose. In such cases, what is the entries for this student underscore course table? 1 right?
1 1.
So that means student ID refers to the student record and course ID refers to the course record. So generally in the case of many to many relationship, what I am saying is, what is the strategy we are following is, we are going to create one junction table. What we can call it as, what is the table?
Junction table.
Junction table, which is mainly for holding the foreign keys. We are not going to keep the foreign key just like one to many relationship in previous way. We are just going to create a separate table, which we can call it as, what is that one?
Junction table.
Junction table. So let me show you practically. So every table contains one primary key. Where is the primary key? I will discuss about that one. I am not going to take much depth into that particular part. So let me prove this one so practically in another 2 minutes. So look at this. Whenever I am drawing ER diagram here, new model. It is just showing some model diagram actually. What happened here? Yeah. So click on add diagram. So look at this. So we have student table and passport table. So I am just creating student table and passport table. Okay, so let's jump into the today discussion. So there are some functions which are already present in databases, right? So what are those? String functions, aggregate functions, math functions, and date APIs. APIs means what? APIs is nothing but functions. So there already every database is providing their own functions. We can make use of these functions
to manipulate the data. There are some functions which are related to strings, some functions which are related to dates, some functions which are related to aggregate. So look at this. What is the first lesson 3 demo 1? So to demonstrate the functionality and usage of date, time, and also time and timestamp data types in secular database. Okay. This is the database by default we are getting. Okay. Display all the records from the rental tables to see the data structure. Okay. So let's observe this query. So let's observe here what are the databases are present here. Whether secular database is present here or not. So how can I check it? Use. Okay, these are all tables are present. I want to see each and every table. I want to see customer table. What is the query? So the exercise is we have so many tables. What are the tables are there? Actor, address, category, city, country, customer. So there are so many tables are present, correct? So my question is whether this table I created on my own or this table is already present coming along with MySQL. So we are not supposed to worry about what is that one. So the table, right? It's already there. Now what is the task? So first task. Okay. So display all the records from rental table to see the data structure. So what is the query to view the records?
Select star from rental.
Okay, great. Select star from rental. Okay. So we got this. So rental data. Could you please check the column on rental underscore date and also return underscore date? What are these two columns data type? So we have to check the format. It's a 4 wise first. 4 wise means what? Year in 4-digit format, and after that month, and after that day. Okay. So the next query. So the first query is successful, right? What is the first query? Display all the records from rental table to see the data structure. The next table is next query is what is that one? So use date and time to display rental date and return date from the rental table. So what is this query? So you know what are the columns present, but especially I am expecting so to return to get only rental date and also
Select rental date, comma, return date from rental.
underscore date, comma.
Return underscore date
Very good. Return date
from
from.
rental.
Okay, great. So this is the second query, correct? It is displaying only rental date and also return date. So next third query. So display only the rental, display the only, what is that one? So date from the rental date. Only date I want to extract, correct? So if you want to extract only date, you can make use of some function. What is the function?
Date function.
So select. What is the function? So select rental underscore ID and also data of rental date from rental. So just execute this query. So look at this. So previous query, if you're observing, so we are getting a lot of information, right? So date and time also we are getting. But this query only retrieving, so only date. What is the date? It is getting like that. So for that one, okay, I'm expecting you, all of you, has to complete these functions in the today session. Okay, what are the functions that are available? String functions and aggregate functions and math functions and date and also date functions. You can observe here. So there are some functions. This is for your reference. Lower function. To be upper function. It is converting lowercase into uppercase. Next, another function. This is what is that function? Concat function. It is concatenating. So the strings. So how to execute this one? So might be you're asking. So here, look at this. So just what I'm saying is, so select lower of, what is the function name? Lower of hello. So I'm just providing hello in uppercase. Okay. So then automatically it is converting that uppercase into lowercase. Correct? Yes. In the similar way, for example, so select, for example, so we are currently using, what is the database? Secular database. In the secular database, we are having, so actor table, for suppose. So if I want to select star from actor, so we can able to get, sorry, here so something so broken. So select star from actor, so we can able to get all actors, right? So select actor underscore ID, comma. So we can make use of this function. So what is the function?
No.
Lower of, what is the column? First name. And also again we can apply, so the lower function. What is the column?
No, sir.
So last name from, what is the table? Actor.
Actor.
So if I'm applying this lower function, so what happens? This uppercase characters are getting converted into lowercase, right?
Mm.
So could you please execute these queries quickly? I am posting it in the chat.
Sir, I'm sharing my screen. Just take a minute.
Okay.
Sir, till this select from the rental, the query was fine.
So you made mistake in that query, right? You are not completed that query. Correct. From which table? So select rental ID, comma data of rental ID from rental table, right? Not in that line. In the next line.
49.
Oh, that is correct only. Select the two lines and execute it. That query is correct, right? 49 and yes.
Okay.
We are getting right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So let's complete that one so quickly. All of you, don't waste up time. So too
So,
much.
I'm not able to find this.
Secular database.
Yes.
Share your screen, please. You are using what is that one? Mac OS or otherwise Windows only? You installed in
Windows.
your machine. Did you install in your machine? So MySQL in your machine as per our instructions.
Yes.
Mm, go to schemas. Okay, so you are not getting. So the thing is like you are not choosing that option full installation. That is the problem. So for example, so we have, so I am just specifying, so select So actor ID. Hope all of you can able to hear me. So here we can make use of what is the function? Concat, right? So concat of, so first underscore name, comma, and I am providing some space here. That means to the first name I am concatenating. Concatenation means appending. And also we are specifying so last underscore name. So I am providing Elias name as what is that one? So full name. Elias name means what? Alternative name for that particular column. Because from these two columns, I am appending first name and also last name. So finally I am concatenating first name and after that space last name. It is coming as full name. So what I am specifying? So from what is the table? So actor. So if I'm executing this query, we can able to see it is concatenating. So the first name and also last name, right? So previously first name is a separate column and last name is a separate column. But both are getting concatenated and it is showing as full name, correct? So that is the benefit of what is that one? So this concat function. You can just observe that query. Okay, so the next function is, so like that we have several functions and all those functions are listed. I listed clearly. strcmp. So this function is mainly for comparing two strings. And reverse function. So reverse is mainly for reversing a string, for suppose. So let's say, for example, I want to reverse the first name. So if I'm specifying, so select actor underscore ID, comma. So I'm just putting so reverse function. So reverse of first name. So from what is the table? Actor table. So then what happens automatically? The first name is getting reversed. Okay, so these functions can be used in some situations, right? Might be if you want to reverse a string or something, so we can use it. Or otherwise, if you want to execute individually, so select reverse of, so learn, for suppose. This is a string. I just want to reverse that string. Just we can execute this function by supplying directly a string. Okay, so let's introduce Chat GPT. Okay, so because most of the people are complicated about up to now, no worries. You are not supposed to write the queries. Everything will be taken care by the Chat GPT itself for you. What is Chat GPT? Anyone, can you please tell me? This is half an hour. Please concentrate here because in this course we provided with what is that one. So how to make use of AI tools to generate the SQL queries, correct? But just observe this one. So if you are just providing your query in natural language, how Chat GPT is generating queries for you. Okay. So we have so many tools. So this Chat GPT is one tool, and also another tool is like Google Bard. What is that? Google Bard. So what are these? All these? Anyone? Could you please guess it? Google Bard or
A-
A-
Google Gemini.
AI tools.
Okay. So these are also AI tools. Whatever the query we are giving, so this query will go to the LLM. LLM stands for what? Large language model. It's like our brain. These models, large language models, are trained on SQL, so all programming languages almost. Okay, if you're asking, I think how many of you are using so these LLMs? You're asking questions to ChatGPT, and you're in your mobile also. You're having some ChatGPT like that type of models, right, to answer the questions. Okay, great. So that understanding is sufficient. So now I'm asking so Google Gemini. to create an employee table, for suppose. So I'm just writing a prompt here. So please look into this prompt. Jagdish, could you please go on mute? So that would be helpful for me. So after that, if you are having any questions, you can ask me. Okay, I'm just writing some message. Hi, I'm new. I'm working on. So you can write a prompt in natural language. I'm working on SQL using MySQL database. And I'm new to this. Syntaxes, what exactly you're expecting, you can just write it. Help me in writing queries. Writing queries in a correct way. So this is the context I am setting. So after that, I am just going to the next line. So I have a scenario. So what I am specifying, I have a scenario to create. So employee table. So with columns. So I am just specifying columns, employee number, name and address, and also date of birth. And what are the other columns we can specify? Date of birth and also date of join. So assign, so you can clearly mention assign specific data types. Assign required data types. So in a meaningful way. It's a pure natural English, right? So let's see how this query is generating. So meaningful way and a generate query. And also I'm not speaking about foreign keys, primary keys and all, right? So I'm just specifying so explicitly assign keys accordingly. Okay, this is my script. And finally, generate query. And does not include any other messages. Okay, does not include. I am not expecting, so only query I want. I don't want to include any other messages. Does not include any message. So just I am giving that one to the Google Gemini. So what it is providing? So let me check. It is providing so choice A and choice B. So if you are coming down, so see the script it is generating what exactly I'm expecting from, right? But it is generating two scripts. Which one is comfortable for us? You can select that one. In these two, so we cannot say LLMs always giving correct responses. So as a developer, you should know clearly how to create a table. Otherwise, you cannot understand so which one is the correct one, right? Okay. So one important thing you can note it down. So while working with the LLMs, so if I am selecting choice one per suppose, so that means we can able to execute this query and it is providing some explanation about that particular components. If you want to add additional things, we can add it. Okay, it is providing entire content for you. Okay, so you can selecting this response is very helpful. That is great. But now the question is, I want to insert the data into this one. So how to insert the data? So I'm just asking so LLM to generate some dummy data for these queries. Okay. So I'm just asking. So I'm just putting, so thanks. And thanks, I want to insert. So I'm just continuing the conversation with the LLM actually. Okay. I want to create or I want to insert. So 10 rows into this table, right? So I want to insert, so 10 rows into this table. So how I can insert? Or otherwise, I am not asking how I can insert. I am not asking question. So generate some dummy data for insertions. Just I am giving that query. So automatically what happens, it is generating some SQL script, right? So you have to copy the script and execute it, correct? Do you understand? All of you can able to follow up with me? Or can I
Yes.
execute? Can I copy and execute these queries? What is your response?
We are understanding.
You know already how to create table and how to insert the data, but how to make use of this Gen AI tools. But my question is, anyone could you please answer me? See, first, what is the question I asked? Anyone, can you please tell me what is the first question I asked actually to the LLM? What is the first question you are asking? So the next question, subsequent question you are asking, right? So the subsequent question is related to the first question. It is keeping the previous conversation in the context. It is keeping the previous conversation in memory. So the second question which I asked is, generate. So thanks, I want to insert 10 rows into the table to generate some data for insertions. So what happens if I'm executing this query? If I'm asking this question, then automatically ChatGPT is generating some records, right? It is generating some query which is related to whatever the table created previously. Is it correct? How ChatGPT is keeping all the questions. So ChatGPT is internally managing some memory. Whatever the conversation you started, right? You're asking questions frequently. That conversations will be kept in memory. Okay. So now we have these 10 records. Now the question is, I want to delete the record whose employee number is 110. So I'm just asking question. So delete employee record. In English, I am asking natural language. Delete employee number. Delete employee record. So whose? So employee number is. Tell me, please. 110. See, simply it is providing the query for you, right? But try to understand. So what I'm saying. So in the starting itself, I clearly mentioned in the first prompt itself while creating the table. What is the question I mentioned? Could you please read this context? All of you. This is super important.
I,
Hi.
I am working on SQL using
Hmm.
MySQL database, and I am new to
Due to
this
the syntaxes.
syntax. Help me in returning queries in a correct way.
Correct way. And also I specified like don't generate other responses, something. Okay. Only generate the queries. Don't generate the responses. Don't add any other messages. So if you're asking any question, consequently, it is giving query, right? So delete from employee where employee number equals to 110. And here, if you want to delete all the records, it is saying like delete from, what is that?
Employee.
Employee. So I'm just asking another question for suppose to ChatGPT. I want to update employee whose employee number is 110. Similarly, I'm asking, so I want to I want to display. So I'm just asking question. I want to display, so only employee number and name, comma address. So just I'm asking because it's employee table in the first query. In the conversation already we created employee table and we inserted 10 records. So then automatically it is keeping some previous conversation in the context and it is generating query for you. Correct? Is this query is correct? We are not supposed to bother about what is that one. So writing, so the SQL queries. Okay, we can make use of this Gen AI tools like Google Gemini and previous name. This one is Google Bard actually. Okay, so Google Bard and also Chat GPT. We can make use of some of the tools and we can generate the SQL queries. So now my requirement is so display. I'm just asking question. So display employee number, comma name and address and name and address should be converted into uppercase for suppose. Should be converted into what is the case?
Uppercase.
So let's see. I'm not asking so to generate the query because so I'll look at this query. If this is correct query or not. What is this as name underscore uppercase? It's an alias name actually. So while displaying the data, it is displaying so that one you can modify it according to your requirement. Or otherwise we can write it in the prompt. So whatever the question you are asking, so that one we can call it as what is that one? So the prompt. Correct? So that one we can call it as prompt. So might be you're asking me. So can you please to solve this scenario with the help of Chat GPT? Correct? We have this scenario. So let's take this scenario for suppose. So in MySQL, so we have Shekila database, correct? Okay, it is giving some response. Okay, so it is having an idea about Shekila database. So next question I am asking, so I want to write some SQL queries. I want to write some SQL queries. It's a global database actually, so that's why we can able to ask question. This one is already trained on LLMs. I want to ask write some SQL queries on Shekila database. Okay, so Shekila database. So please help me. Okay, so automatically you are getting some response, right? So what it is saying, so it's a fantastic deal, something it is saying. You can just go down. All of you can able to understand, so what is the conversation I am doing with this LLM tools. What is the question? So display all the records. So from rental table to observe its data structure. So I'm just tweaking this prompt actually. I'm just changing this query. Just I'm simply specifying. So display all records from rental table. See, it is automatically keeping that conversation in the context. So whether it is displaying so correct answer or not. You just go down. See what it is showing. Query. So just you can ask, I want only what I have to ask. I want only SQL queries. So don't include any messages. So otherwise what happens, it is adding some extra text, right? So if I'm asking so that one to the Google Gemini, so then automatically generating some response for us. See, so automatically the query is getting generated or not? Say yes or no, this query is correct? It's correct. So in the similar way, so like let's proceed with what is that one. So second question. So what is the second question? We just copy the second question. But it's a part of the conversation. Try to understand how to make use of the tools. So I'm just pasting that question and I'm just asking. So now also it is generating just what is that one? So the query, right? So now what is the problem here? So Gemini, it is generating some extra comment line, correct? Here, what question I have to ask? Don't. So generate comments as well. I want.
Only query.
That's all. Our life will become simple. See, it is generating only query. You just copy this query and execute it. Okay, so the next question. Use date function to get only date from the rental date. Correct? So let's write this query and paste it here. Because we are already a part of conversation, so we are using natural language and we are asking. So what is the response? Just we can observe. So it is generating only query, or again previous query we already clearly mentioned, right? I don't want comments. So that's why it is directly generating. Tell me guys, it is directly generating the query only. How it is simple. So you are supposed to write the query on your own by using your brain nowadays. You know English, then we can able to generate the queries as well.
And with that, we have come to the end of our course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.